This is what a sheriff's patrol looks like in the age of coronavirus. In West Hollywood, deputies can now fine anyone for not wearing a mask.
You have a mask on? Yeah, I said second shot. So you don't.
Most need just a gentle reminder.
We're not looking to ruin your day. We're not looking to ruin anybody's life. We're not looking to spine you into oblivion. But we want to garner your attention. And as most Americans, when a fine is being placed on them, they're more apt to follow the rules.
But fines are the least of the financial worries haunting these streets. With cases surging, they're on the brink of reimposing stay-at-home. Surging, they're on the brink of reimposing stay-at-home orders. It could devastate an economy barely recovering.
Safety.
This gelato shop would only be this is what a sheriff's patrol looks like in the age of coronavirus. Now they in West Hollywood, deputies can now fine anyone for not wearing a mask. How and when? Most need just a gentle reminder.
We're not looking to we're not people that have been passing through the second
of those who didn't die in villages went to cities in search of food. Every day, bodies had to be removed from Kolkata's streets. At least 3 million died, more than 6 times the British Empire's casualties in World War II, raging at the same time. Chitta Kumar Shamunto और Ashram
midst of the financial worries haunting these streets. With cases surging, they're on the brink of reimposing stay-at-home orders. It could devastate an economy barely recovering.
Safety is, of course, the number one priority, but the shutdowns are unacceptable. And they're unacceptable because it's taking a sledgehammer to a fly, if you will. It creates a toxic environment for the business community to where we're not going to have small businesses.
West Hollywood's the heart of LGBTQ. West Hollywood's the heart of LGBTQ Los Angeles. At his hardware store, Russ Wilson says the move now reminds him of the fear and uncertainty of the HIV/AIDS outbreak. He's seeing friends lose businesses too.
माया के अस्पताल के कोविड वार्ड से इलाज में लापरवाही के कारण लाचार बेबस मरीज की वीडियो हुई वायरल। भागलपुर मायागंज अस्पताल के अव्यवस्था से परेशान कोविड वार्ड से इलाज में लापरवाही के कारण लाचारी भरा एक वीडियो तेजी से वायरल हुआ है। वायरल वीडियो के अनुसार कटिहार से कोरोना मरीज इलाज के लिए भर्ती हुआ था, वहीं कोविड इलाज में नहीं होने से कोविड वार्ड परिजन ने जबरन अपने मरीज को ट्रॉली समेत बाहर निकाल दिया। कि नगर विधायक अजीत शर्मा ने व्यवस्था और पांडे पर वायरल वीडियो के अनुसार कटिहार में कोरोना मरीज इलाज के लिए भर्ती हुआ था। परिजन ने जबरन अपने मरीज को ट्रॉली समेत बाहर निकाल दिया, जबकि नियमानुसार कोविड-19 एक्ट के तहत कोविड वार्ड में पूरी तरह ठीक होने के बाद या मौत हो जाने के बाद किसी को रिलीज किए जाने पर प्रावधान है। जवाहरलाल नेहरू अस्पताल के प्रबंधक की कुव्यवस्था से अजीज होकर ये वीडियो जिस प्रकार से वायरल हुआ है, वहाँ सरकारी स्वास्थ्य का पोल खोलने के लिए काफी है। वहीं दूसरी ओर अस्पताल सूत्रों के अनुसार अस्पताल प्रबंधन ने परिजनों की दबंगई को लेकर लोके अवधि को नजर रखने लाख से 10 लाख पहुंचने में भी सिर्फ और सिर्फ 3 दिन का ही वक्त लगा।
इसके अलावा 10 लाख से वक्त लगा है, ये भी हैरान करने वाले आंकड़े।
9 लाख से 10 लाख पहुंचने में भी सिर्फ और सिर्फ 3 दिन का ही वक्त लगा 9 से 10 लाख पहुंचने।
इसके अलावा 10 लाख से 11 लाख आने में हमें इसीलिए ये आंकड़े डराते हैं और लगातार इनके लिए किसी भी आपसे अपील कर रहा है कि मास्क पहनिए और कोरोना से दूर रहिए।
मास्क पहनिए, हाथ धोते रहिए, किसी भी शरीर के अलावा पौधे एलिमेंट से छुए तो हाथ सैनिटाइज करें, साबुन से छुए और बचाव व
Ja, dit lits away. Over de benet. Dat is heel niet op. 40 years later, at the end of the Cold War, Korea was still divided by the
इसके अलावा 10 लाख
Tenemos que listos, que super, que nada es
देखिए दाया तेजी से बढ़ रहा है संक्रमण का, संभल जाइए, सावधान हो जाइए क्योंकि बहुत तेजी से संक्रमण पैर पसार रहा है देश के बड़े शहरों से छोड़कर अब छोटे राज्यों में। 4 लाख से 5 लाख पहुंच गए हम केवल 6 दिन में। इसके बाद 5 लाख से 6 लाख पहुंचने में भी हमें 5 दिन का वक्त लगा।
लगातार 3 दिन कम होते जा रहे थे।
Proclamation of the great king Cyrus the Great, Persian king. 2,500 years.
Thank you very much. I may. Ma'am, sir, as you know, construction. I may. We'll have it built very quickly. A lot of people wouldn't be doing it quickly like that. We're going to have it built very quickly and very inexpensively. They put an order in front of my desk last week for $1 billion. I said, $1 billion? What's that for? We're going to build an embassy. I said, we're not going to spend $1 billion. And we're actually doing it for about $250,000. So check that out, how it's temporary. It'll be very nice. $250,000 versus $1 billion. Is that good? Yeah. We're looking at coming. If I can, I will, but I'll be there again. Israel is very special to me, special country, special people, and I look forward to being there, and I'm very proud of that decision. Well, we're going to see.
As we look at all the wonderful things that are really happening and the initiatives that are happening on the ground to allow people to get to know each other and to create a dialogue that can lead to lasting peace, I know that it's only a matter of time.
We want to thank you for stopping by in our studios in New York. It's a great opportunity. Nitzana Velexen from Israel 21.
Thank you so much for having me.
Hey, brother, can you do that again? And you go person, woman, man, camera, TV. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Like you'll go person, woman, man, nemo, Mr. Ugly Hell. Snow, which guy did I don't it again. Heavy stomach, nemo, woman, man, camera, TV. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's person, woman, man, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. If you, okay, now he's asking you other questions. Other questions.
A brush and some tissue paper. There are 2 sorts of
Definitely need a row marker on the chart so you can see where you are on the chart. You can either keep a record of where you are.
Sweeney Sibi Dupse Gelago of Hero Civil Sween Chalsdorf, Yaki Body Sibi, the Wheel Soup, the Beckner, I in the Vial Sweeney Sibi Program, I have that now the headies. See the headlines as they happen and watch BBC News live in the app and get the full story with bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the story.
Open the door and with a noise we will be able to run the business. And then the Stephen Crowder, who's a right-wing important thread Jimmy Dore has created. He makes fun of us, but he doesn't like. He also makes fun of him in a harmful and devastating, right? Which is not good. And but you know that happens. People, CNN makes fun of these
surging, they're on the brink of reimposing stay-at-home orders that could devastate an economy barely recovered.
Safety is, of course, of number one priority, but the shutdowns are unacceptable. And they're unacceptable because it's taking a sledgehammer to a fly, and it creates a toxic environment for the business community to where we're not going to have small businesses follow the rules.
West Hollywood's the heart of LGBTQ financial worries haunting his hardware store. Russ Wilson says they're on the brink of reimposing stay-at-home orders that could devastate an economy barely recovering.
Safety is, of course, of number one priority, but the shutdowns are unacceptable. And they're unacceptable because it's taking a sledgehammer to a fly, if you will. It creates a toxic environment for the business community to where we're not going to have small businesses.
West Hollywood's the heart of LGBTQ Los Angeles. At his hardware store, Russ Wilson says the move...
seems to be the problem. The problem is I'm trying to teach these people how to embrace the planet, and they're not listening. It's insanity. I swear, it just makes me crazy. I wish somebody would just reach out and do something for me. Listen. I don't want to leave you, so why don't you just move along? Does somebody have a camcorder? Don't touch me, I'm a vegetarian. We got to stop it, people! We got to stop it!
Between the Pentagon American generals installed a hard-line anti-communist Sigmund Freud. His charm is
Independence renews the nation born in hunger, steps, and so immediate priorities trumped any retrospection about British rule. But today, a generation of Indians more confident about our place in the world are questioning why there hasn't been more widespread condemnation of the dark chapters in our colonial history.
Judging leaders of the past through the lens of the present might leave the world with no heroes at all. But there's likely to be little progress on equality without accepting the full truth of their lives. Yogita Lamai, BBC News, Mumbai. In London, he stands tall. For millions here, Winston Churchill is a hero
as people, and we need to be cognizant of that if we're trying to improve how many people want to get into tech.
Let's look at some of the science. You cite research on differences between men and women's dispositions leading to gaps between them. The author of that research, David Schmidt, actually came out and said he doesn't think his work applies to Google's workplace and says even if it did, the differences are small. I just want to read you a little bit of what he said. He said using someone's biological sex to essentialize an entire group of people's personality is like surgically operating with an axe. Not precise enough to do much good, probably will cause harm. Moreover, men are more emotionally oriented in certain ways. Sex differences and emotions on the types of emotions are measured where it's expressed. The narrative that a lot of British tech factors, a lot of about looking kind of at the history of, gender stereotypes and sexes and emotions around the type of emotion, how measured words express when it is expressed and a lot of context.
We don't want to straks het wordt heel verloot. En dan moet je zo iets zien, maar het is ook een moment zoals dit, zoals ook een moment, was waar is het? Zie, ik ben niet bij de opstel. Als je dat zag, ik wist het niet als je maakt dat. See that? That is our common challenge. The second is seeking, because of that challenge, to exploit the opportunity for peace. Because the Arabs have never been closer to Israel. Israel has never been closer to the Arabs. And we seek also to broaden that peace to the Palestinians. So I look forward to those discussions, but I want to just reiterate what you said.
But it found no response. No one observer laughed it up. They made various offers to prevent the nuclear armament of West Germany.
Elvis Presley hits each day, thousands moved freely between the Soviet and Western sectors. Berlin's open border gave East Germans access to the glittering West, which Soviet and East German leaders wanted to end.
It's a surprise. My imagine on my 30th birthday. It's a very big project among all my companies now. Yes. You're not supposed to be surprised.
Saturated vapor pressure inside the sac, and your grow room's vapor pressure, skärper pepsnur för glas, das skärper pepsnur and you snip face even fever. Then we finns den där the mest great in the world. Fever, elefant is getting denied the lot behind me. Say slice here video you know, stroke, yeah, here for no fear in the best sleep connect the feel of the mest of the gem. Your mom with ever from the yes, I think moments times the fine little serious and master piece and we fist delivered. Yeah, here I see your best in the best or say slice here the coffee search the best is a while we are found in the else more race. I love the spirits system they believe in the left box we have had it good. Amazing shield of PD calculation example. Note that I've made a PD calculator available in the description below. Say your program's lights have been on for a few hours and your temperature is 25 degrees Celsius or 77 degrees Fahrenheit. Relative humidity is 50%.
And as most Americans, when a fine is being placed on them, they're more apt to follow the rules.
The fines are the least of the financial worries haunting these streets. With cases surging, they're on the brink of reimposing stay-at-home orders. It could devastate an economy barely recovering.
Safety is, of course, of #1 priority, but the shutdowns are
now we're going into closed
With cases surging, they're on the brink of reimposing stay-at-home orders.
చెప్పు కాల్ చేశావు ఏముందిరా పైకి వచ్చింది కదా ఎలా ఉంటుందో చూద్దామని సరదాగా కాల్ చేశా అంతే ఎలా ఉంటుంది
बहुत डरावना आता है पहले कभी भी भारत में 45,000 ज्यादा नहीं आए थे 12 लाख पार हो गया है कोरोना कोरोना संक्रमण का खतरा लगातार बढ़ रहा है अरे पूरा इसके अलावा 10 लाख से पिछले कई दिनों में सामने आ रहे हैं उसके बाद 11 लाख 12 लाख दुनिया भर में क्या
प्यार पड़ रहा है अमेरिका में 41 लाख मौत का आंकड़ा 1,40,40 दूसरे नंबर पर यहाँ पर 22,31,800 केस आए 82,090 लोगों की मौत हुई 12 लाख
भी है क्योंकि लगातार टेस्टिंग बढ़ाई गई है तो ये भी वजह है कि आंकड़े लगातार सामने आ रहे हैं ऐसे में आपको सावधान रहना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी हो जाता है
ठीक 5
हर खबर पर होगी आपकी पकड़। डाउनलोड कीजिए एबीपी लाइव ऐप।
बीच बहुत बड़ी खबर आ रही है देश में कोरोना संक्रमण से जुड़ी हुई। कोरोना संक्रमित मरीजों की संख्या 12 लाख की पार हो गई है लेकिन बड़ी बात यह है कि एक दिन में कोरोना के 45,700 से ज्यादा नए केसेस आ गए।
24 घंटे की बात करें तो 24 घंटे में 1,129 लोगों की कोरोना से मौत हो गई।
कोरोना संक्रमित मरीजों की संख्या 12,48,435 है।
This is what a sheriff's patrol looks like. What else?
You know, we wanted to do it inside. This was your choice.
And I wanted you to sweat a little.
Well, we both are.
Biden wants to fund the funding.
Sir, he does not.
Look, he signed a charter with Bernie Sanders. I will get that one just like it was right in the mortality rate. Did you read the charter that he agreed to?
And I didn't like that either.
Oh, I'm not a big fan. It says abolish, it says let's go.
All right, well, you
Let Biden sit through an interview like this. He'll be on the ground crying for mommy.
We have to talk about politics.
Take me home.
It's a good kindergarten in terms of infrastructure.
We have the seventh highest mortality rate in the world. Our mortality rate is higher than Brazil, it's higher than Russia, and the European Union has us on a travel ban.
When you talk about mortality rates, I think it's the opposite. I think we have one of the lowest mortality rates in the world. We're going to take a look.
We had 900 deaths on a single day.
We will take a look.
This week.
Ready?
You can check it out.
Please get me the mortality rate. Kaylee's right here. I heard we have one of the lowest, maybe the lowest mortality rate anywhere in the world. You have the numbers, please? Because I heard we had the best mortality rate. Because those are...
This is what a sheriff's patrol looks like in the age of coronavirus.
Number one low mortality. I hope you show this scenario because it shows what fake news is all about. Okay.
I don't think I'm fake news, but I will.
This is very cigar sheep. I don't know what my German. Don't say the name there hasn't. She'll man at night. Over there, we carry the last don't sell a lot. He didn't sell a lot, but over here, yeah. Hey, there's the list. There is the last don't believe it's
These children don't know about war, what they know is how to sing along and have a good time together in harmony. These are the children of the YMCA's East Preschool in Jerusalem. The program has been running for the past 25 years and strives to make coexistence a normal part of life, even before you can form a sentence or an opinion.
Peace Preschool is a safe haven for the people that really want peace. This place for peace. We have half of our kids are Jews and half of our kids are Arabs, who has Christians too. But we just need to get them together, to know each other, to see each other, to respect each other, it's actually fantastic when you think about it.
The preschool is like any other school, except for
Presley hits West Germany.
whether it be a song,
Make a difference in your face if you don't get out of here. Oh, definite carnivore.
Changing his tone as we've seen in the last few months, just dismissing the severity of it. Bill, thank you. Bill's going to be tracking that. We're going to get back to you. Bill, thank you. A lot of breaking news to get to. We want to start in Brazil. The country's president, President Bolsonaro, has tested positive, we just learned in the last hour, for coronavirus. This diagnosis, of course, comes after months of Bolsonaro dismissing and mocking, really, the seriousness of the coronavirus, calling it something like a little flu, much like President Trump has done when it comes to COVID-19. CNN's Bill Weir is in Sao Paulo. He's following all of this for us. He's joining me now. Bill, what more are you hearing?
Smoke screen, stone screen, so that you cannot be seen. Listen, kid. First you hit a pinata, next thing you know you're clubbing.
What seems to be the problem?
These are the problems. The pinatas, they're piling up. Are you with me?
I'm trying to teach these people how to embrace the planet, and they're not listening.
What seems to be the problem? Problem is, I'm trying to teach these people how to embrace the planet, and they're not listening. It's insanity. I swear, it just makes me crazy. I wish somebody would just reach out and do something about it. Listen, I don't want to. So why don't you just move along? Does somebody have a camcorder? All right, that's enough. Don't touch me, I'm a vegetarian. Understand?
This is what a sheriff's patrol looks like in the age of coronavirus. Just in West Hollywood, deputies can now fine anyone for not wearing a mask.
At Niagara Falls, images of American tour boats tightly packed and Canadian vessels with plenty of room, an example of how two countries are addressing the virus. New York's tri-state area now warning visitors from 31 states they must quarantine if they enter the region. In Manhattan, Larry Kelly spent 51 days on a ventilator, finally cleared to go home today.
My wife saved my life. She wouldn't let me pull apart.
But not all families are so lucky. Kerry Crosswhite lost his fight against COVID overnight, surrounded by his wife and children, there to say goodbye.
Marching Satyasrai OP
So I think we need to go with this and figure out how to make West deputies to quickly near the start of the outbreak, but reopening too fast has come at a cost. Loss of lives and livelihoods is a lesson for the world. Red Mile Sky News, West Ham. This is what a sheriff's patrol looks like. Acted quickly here at the start. This gelato shop had only been open 6 months when the last stay-at-home order came in March. Now they pre-pack all the ice cream. Worry what's
So we just open the door and we don't know if we will be able to do business. People that have been passing through the Second World War, they don't waste food. They cannot leave the lights open in a room because this makes them feel bad because they pass through certain times. And the same, I believe, will be for our generation, for the kids that are growing in these times. They will be older. Contamination, don't go in too much crowded places. So I think we need all to deal with this and figure out how to make money and start a business.
They acted quickly here at the start of the outbreak, but reopening too fast has come at a cost. That loss of life.
University protester joining us. Thank you very much indeed. Let's talk more about the important role of social media in this protest. Glacier Quad is the organizer of an activist group called Keyboard Frontline. She joins us now. Glacier, thank you for joining us here on CNN. Just last Sunday, you put up this YouTube video, and it was this appeal to the world to pay attention and to care for Hong Kong. That video got more than 1 million views on YouTube. Why is the world 갑자기 팬들의 떼창을 들은 지민이 쿵 눈물을 흘리고요. 상남자이던 또 눈물을
And this study has shown that polar bears' survival is tied to that ice. The scientists used models based on satellite data to forecast sea ice decline in the Arctic over the coming decades. That enabled them to predict a future tipping point, to create a timeline for when the frozen hunting season will be too short for the bears to fatten up before the summer. At the current rate of warming, the researchers say all but a few polar bear populations will collapse before 2100.
With less fat, they're entering a fasting season that's longer than it used to be.
So is that now we already on that's a trajectory. I'll just
The trajectory that we're on now.
Next, another negative charge and this stronger charge will attract the toner off of the drum and onto the paper. And finally, the paper, now covered in powder, goes through the freezing.
कॉपी करने के बाद आपको अपना फेसबुक ओपन कर लेना है और इसके बाद
and are negatively charged. This drum is then rolled against a supply of powdered toner, which is positively charged. This toner will thus want to stick to any areas of the drum that remained negatively charged from the original exposure. Now the drum has a coating of powdered toner in the same pattern as the writing or image or whatever in the original document. Next, another corona wire creates a stronger negative charge in the paper that is to receive the toner, and this stronger charge will attract the toner off of the drum and onto the paper.
नाइस लिखने के बाद दोस्तों आप देख सकते हैं कि नाइस स्टाइलिश तरीके से लिखा गया है और आपको इसमें एक से लेटेस्ट फॉर्म मिल जाएंगे जो आप सिंपली कॉपी पेस्ट कर कहीं भी लिख सकते हैं। आप इसको व्हाट्सएप, फेसबुक हर जगह यूज़ कर सकते हैं। सिंपली कॉपी करके आप वहाँ पर इसे पेस्ट करके और आप कहीं भी इसे यूज़ कर सकते हैं। तो दोस्तों मैं आपको एग्जांपल के तौर पर कोई भी एक नाइस कॉपी कर लेता हूँ। तो दोस्तों आपको
committee also number 10 misled the public when they said there wasn't time to complete all the checks and process of
The current literature from asymmetric warfare is contact challenges by adversary and as a result, this is the operation strategic potential of the environment, a neutral space that either side can leverage, both for the defensive and offensive advantage. The Army's ATP, released this past November, is a perfect illustration of this hyper-tactical and offensive TTP focus, addressing tactical level considerations and immediate actions made combat team all the way down to the sword. There are significant shortfalls in the treatment of the environment. First is one of credibility.
उनकी गायकी बारे में मैं कुछ कहूँ तो मतलब ये कुछ चांद के बारे में बात करने वाली बात है कुछ कहने का ये नहीं
ülkeye sokmuyorlar falan böyle uygulamalar bu insanları daha fazla korkutacak ve uçak yolculuğundan uzaklaştıracak unsurlar arasında görünüyor bence.
영국의 거리를 마비시키고 팝업 스토어에서 떼창을 하게 하고 버스에 노선까지 부르는 그들은 BTS. 이 사람은 영국의 당첨에서 BTS의 아니 BTP 트위터에서는 BTS의 포스트를 방문한 분들의 무사기와를 지키겠다는 트위터가 올라와
Ingethelp aan de kerstbox op de first or cleaner for the award story eco-friendly structure, 2/3 of which will be taken up by Signature when they move on.
We currently employ 130 staff, many of whom are very experienced scientists. But with the new building, it really gives us the space to expand to over 200 staff and build new labs, build more equipment to do more discovery.
Another company looking to move into a new building is hemostatic. It's currently developing a new drug to control bleeding during surgery and trauma, which is currently undergoing trials. The company's chief executive says the expansion reflects Nottingham's medical pioneering spirit.
One of the world's most successful drugs, ibuprofen, was actually discovered on this site. So there is a heritage in drug discovery in this city. It's a very good university that produces good graduates, which we should hire in our business. And so that there's both the manpower, heritage, and facilities in the city.
는 이 사람은 영국의 경찰인데요. BTS와의 BTP 트위터에서는 BTS의 콘서트를 방문한 팬들의 무사교환을 책임지겠다는 트위터가 올려와 있는데요. 경찰의 하트빛마저 움직이게 하는 BTS는 정말 차분한 스타일로 보인 지니 영국의 보라색의 컬러는 굉장히 충격적인 지민과의 아이 남자가 갑자기 바나나로 변하잖아요. 그래서인지 제 심장이 지민과 정국의 유해차 공연에 방탄소년단이 팬들이 진행한 이벤트 바로 영 포레버의 트로프를 함께 부르는 것이었는데요. 갑자기 팬들의 떼창을 들은 지민이 눈물을 흘렸고
I can tell you for sure is that it's going to take longer time to get to an airplane. It will be more time to go to the airport because during the time, you will have
I think what they had to do is they had to accommodate the interest by closing off to the general public.
Sorry to speak over you, but the Queen Elizabeth, they're arriving at the United Nations for an historic visit. They're being introduced to Ban Ki-moon, who heads up the United Nations, of course, and we're expecting her to speak to the General Assembly for the first time in more than 50 years. There she is, speaking to the various people lined up there at the United Nations for her to greet. And a keenly anticipated speech, Richard. It won't be political, but she wished
버즈피즈 기자는 방탄소년단 하는 회사가 나이트 딥에서 매국을
진행한 이벤트 바로 영 protesters and pro-democracy protesters and how to use technology to demonstrate. What have been your tips for them? Thank you very much. Let's talk more about the important role of social media in this protest. Glacier Kwong is the organizer of an activist group called Keyboard Frontline. She joins us now. Glacier, thank you for joining us here on CNN. Just last Sunday, you put out this YouTube video, and it was this appeal to the world to pay attention and to care for Hong Kong. That video got more than 1 million views on YouTube. Why do you think the world is interested in your protest here in Hong Kong?
I think people are interested because people are, as deeply care about Hong Kong and the democratic progress and activists in Hong Kong get real democracy. It means that thank you for joining us here at CNN. Just last Sunday, you put out this YouTube video, and it was this appeal to the world to pay attention and to care for Hong Kong. That video got more than 1 million views on YouTube. Why do you think the world is interested in your protest here in Hong Kong? I think people are interested because people actually care about Hong Kong and
of the least of the financial worries haunting these streets. Here are financial worries. With cases surging, they're offering
నా ఉద్దేశంలో వాళ్ళంతా మన చేత మళ్ళీ కొలిపించడానికి ఈ ఎత్తు వేశారనిపిస్తోంది. మళ్ళీ కొత్త పోర్లా ఈ పని చేస్తున్నాయి కదా, ఇవన్నీ కేవలం బయట కంపాడుగా మనకి ఎవ్వరు ఎక్కింటారు.
Far beyond this. We are very close on trade deals. We are very, very close on military and terrorism and all of the things that we have to work together on. So the relationship has never been better, and Mr. Like I was right on the mortality rate. Did you read the chart of the heat?
It says nothing about the fund anymore.
Oh, really? It says abolish. It says let's go.
All right.
Get me the chart of police.
All right.
Because you've got to start studying.
He says defund the police.
Almost record break.
You know, we wanted to do it inside. This is your choice. Well, we both thought. She is using the old negotiations for war against communism remain.
The phone and media.
I haven't paid much attention to what he should be charged with and what he should be charged with.
To deliver messages and information about a process on the internet. We advise them to use Ustream to put on live of the protest so that more and more people will know what is happening on site. And we ask them to use encrypted apps for conversation if they have to talk during the protest. We advise them to use Telegram, Wicker, and these encrypted apps so that they can protect their personal data and personal information.
You've also provided information on what the students should do in the event of arrest. Yes. What's your advice?
We ask them not to sign anything. If they want to remain silent, they can remain total silent to the police. They don't have to answer any questions asked by the police if they don't want to talk about it or answer them.
And I want to ask you about the news this hour, what's happening in Hong Kong, which is not that far away. And what we know about what's happening there is a number
of anti-Occupy protesters, thousands of them have surrounded peaceful pro-democracy protesters.
Segibat niya ako. Naging meron na ulo pelikon. Terus, nakalumot kita ng dalong matang siyag. Mayroon ako yung nakalaw na hindi po kaos. Dagdam naman nakameron pa sinayan. Doon, kaya kasalis na yan. Dalong tanong kapit mo. Lahat naman dito lang ang iaso sa inyo. Mga kalungki na matalino talaga. Mga tol. Good. So, bago natin simulan ito, pinutin mo muna yung subscribe button na yan. Siyempre, baka naman magka-jowa ka. Kung di mo pinindon dyan, wala ka ng jowa forever. Pero mga guys, mga kalodi, simulan na natin itong vlog na to. Let's go! Okay, level 1 po tayo mga kaibigan. Find the biggest one. Siyempre ito. Paano yun? Relax lang tayo, kalma lang tayo. Wala namang oras to, kaya kailangan mag-isip-isip tayo. No? So, tingin ko ito. Hindi rin. Ulitin. Otliot ni. At bisik-bisik kam na alay kaya ko sa ako na. Kaya nga lamlak, kaya nga skalar nga laki. Nainap.
Either fish bring it down. Here for some nice fish flop. Here's the one. Yes, see you got Mr. Sasdorf, Mr. Commodore, Mr. Sasdorf, Mr. I'm in Satin Slayer, is the Bishop of Living. Alpha, Toby, there we go. This side of the video, that's the other piece to that person. This is the pro. It would be I can self this.
And they that would block the road and make cause inconvenience for the neighborhood, but we didn't mean to do any harm. So when those anti-Occupy protesters actually
but there are custom They offer 24/7 support via live chat and email, and it starts at just $12 a month with a free domain thrown in if you buy Squarespace or the year. Every site includes their commerce modules, that's a free online store, and they've got all kinds of great tools to make the experience easy, such as their logos. So check them out at the link in the video description and try out Squarespace for free. Yes, my friends, you get 2 weeks for free with no credit card.
Не хочет не стать, короче, все это, бля. Да, все, если их не будет, будут задавать дурацкий вопрос. Если будут, я этот вопрос задавать не буду. Все, это уже, как бы, поставить туда даже, они даже могут быть по площади, они могут быть даже по площади. не, буквально, вот я говорю, 2 полосы нашить и все. Они будут держать, что кап же прижимается к этому, они даже такие вот большие, не нужны, половину меньше и все. И то есть надо будет люди, просто уже вчера спросили про это, понимаете? Уже написали, будет ли кап, возможность крепить. А это не нужно, не нужно, да нет, а тут, смотри, тут вопрос не стоит в том, нужны капы или не нужны капы, здесь можно спорить бесконечно. Вопрос в том, что 2 лишние полоски велкро, они ни цену не увеличат, ни вес, ни что, но вопрос от умников он идет сразу. То есть, грубо говоря, если мы говорим про, например, там, израильские жилеты, американские жилеты,
and we want true democracy and universal suffrage. All right, Glacier Kwong, a keyboard frontline and a university protester joining us. Thank you very much, Glacier. Now let's talk more about the important role of social media in this protest. Glacier Kwong is the organizer of an activist group called...
Hello and welcome to ITV News West Country. I'm Ian Houston.
And I'm Ellie Barker. Tonight's main stories. Anger as the Environment Secretary visits Somerset. He pledges help for flood victims, but is accused of empty promises and further delays.
Also tonight, a year on, the family of a couple killed by a driver who was banned speak of their ongoing heartache and their fight to change the law.
This study has shown that polar bear's survival is tied to that ice. The scientists used models based on satellite data to forecast sea ice decline in the Arctic over the coming decades. That enabled them to predict a future typically
يعني لو كان عاوز يحرص أنا رافع أنا نخلص مش يجي لك نمروش ناش كده ده يحصل رأوكر نبى همت نمه ولا بيجي وفرط وقف مش نروح نريته كده كهلا كسر كم كيوران مات كده بقى بتواجه كنا بس نيجي كهلا كسر كم هيرا ما كيرو روش نو وقف نتوقف نبى همت نمه هاي سبصار أنا سبقني هاي أنا بتوصل بيجي هو تهانا شيء كده بقى بيجي وفرط وكيروش نريته और क्या बेटी बाइक दुर्घटना एथिरे जणे गुरुतर होइथिबा बेले 2 जण आहत होइथिबार सूचना मिलिछि शहीद भगत सेनार सदस्य
national crisis. In 1997, the Queen spoke on the eve of Princess Diana's funeral.
So what I say to you now, as your Queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart.
And in 2002, she addressed the country after the death of the Queen Mother.
I thank you also from my heart for the love you gave her during her life and the honour you now give her in death.
Her other broadcasts were on her Diamond Jubilee in 2012 and at the start of the First Gulf War in 1991. This Sunday will be only her 5th.
It's obviously the right moment for the Queen to talk to us. I think, apart from anything else, we'll be very glad to see that the Queen is well and at Windsor. I think that will be reassuring. And I think it's also very appropriate that she should talk to us at the beginning of Holy Week.
The royal family is subject to the same government orders as the rest of us during the lockdown, and that meant today, to open the new Nightingale Hospital for coronavirus patients, Prince Charles had to do a royal first, a virtual opening.
In this dark time, this place will be a shining light. It is symbolic of the selfless care and devoted service taking place in innumerable settings.
He did the speech remotely from the Balmoral estate in Scotland, where he is staying, on an iPad propped up by some pillows. The Queen's televised address is at 8 p.m. on Sunday. They are rare. They are all the more powerful to be so.
남주는 블루색의 반지를 섞인 더 핑크색의 링을 착용했습니다. 이런 코디를 볼 때마다 드는 생각, 방탄소년단의 스타일리스트는 정말 영국의 거리를 마비시키고 팝업 스토어에서 떼창을 하게 하고 버스의 노선까지 바꾸는 그들은 바로 BTS. 이 사람은 영국의 경찰인데요. BTS 블랙, 아니 BTP 트위터에서는 BTS의 콘서트를 방문한 팬들의 무사기환을 책임지겠다는 트위터가 올라와 있는데요. 경찰의 하트비트마저 움직이게 하는 BTS는 무엇인지 내가 해결해준 것이란 힙합 에라시머스라와 영능력을 와고 띄우시는 나떼기스미키는 아위가서 왜
It's not much better than checking your car's speed by sticking your hand out the window. But if you'd like to go a little bit deeper with your monitor settings, there's method 2. Check out one of the free websites we've linked in the description that have more test images and patterns that you can use to get your display looking nice on your own. These sites take longer and still rely on you eyeballing things, but they'll give you more samples than what's built into your OS for more granular fine-tuning and better real-world results. Of course, if you're a little more serious about color because you're a graphic designer, home theater enthusiast, or you run a tech channel or two, you might not trust yourself to get these things right just by fiddling with the monitor yourself. In this case, you may want to try method number 3, downloading a color profile. Color profiles help map
your struggle for democracy here in Hong Kong, where it's starting to turn ugly, and some elements are turning against your movement. As a protester, how are you feeling right now? I feel quite angry and worried. Because we actually
This is what a sheriff's patrol looks like in the age of coronavirus. Line West Hollywood deputies can now fire by the sky news. West the fines are the least of the financial worries haunting these streets. The cases surging, they're on the brink of reimposing stay-at-home orders. Can devastate the economy that's barely recovered.
Safety is, of course, of number one priority, but the shutdowns are unacceptable. And they're unacceptable because it's taking a sledgehammer to a fly, if you will. It creates a toxic environment that's the fastest here. Now, first, människor det blir nästan
The very image of the cold war, it's the Berlin riots, the orange nurse is
the Cold War has become a hostage.
It's actually around exactly like the one that Napoleon faced.
Memphis, Tennessee, March 1958.
You violated the law. Stop right there, criminal scum.
Do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance. I will bear true faith and allegiance.
It looks like quite a situation down there.
To the United States of America. To the United States of America.
Give us a room with a view, even we're a sovereign.
It's
At least 3 million died. More than 6 times the British Empire's casualties in World War II. Raging at the same time. Chitta Kumar Shamun.
ముందు కొంతకాలం పనుకొస్తాయి అంతే అసలు సిసలు పైకి కావాలంటే కొత్త ఫోన్లు
Memphis, Tennessee, March 1958.
This is what a sheriff's patrol looks
how and when. So we just British troops had been forced to retreat from Burma by the Japanese, and fearing they could also invade the borders, anything that could be animals, like foodstuffs and goods, was seized or destroyed. Mr. Churchill's government turned down requests.
Woman, man, camera, TV. So let's say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's person, woman, man, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it order, you get extra points. Other questions. And then some minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, say, your first question, not the first. You call it 10th question.
It's own card, that's the mistake. It's
Give
own belief.
us that again.
That's the sense of
And you get a question.
That's basic. That's all. That's the basic difference. We always go right to left, and we're flat, where we're going on the right side road, the wrong side road, the left, right to left.
Now in West Berlin, 12,000 British, American and French soldiers were surrounded by 500,000 Soviet and East Germans.
Signature still remains my second love. Shakira, I'm going on set right after the first one year. So, I've never forgotten Signature. Signature is still very well.
Refuse to acknowledge the fact that the extent to which promises could lead to famine.
Viceroy to India after Wavell called the global famine one of the greatest disasters. Those who didn't die in villages went to cities in search of food. Every day, bodies had to be removed from Kolkata streets. At least 3 million died, more than 6 times the British Empire's casualties in World War II, raging at the same time.
Gradually begin to allow people to return to their way of life. Crucially, do this while avoiding the awful obsidian sure where this nurse there is will be balance naked. Quality here is now. Stem the office on meal fast. Yes, no use pets here for surf. Yes, that's for you. Just in us. That's fast. Here for balance you do make it to she's in a man I as well then eating here was what I in the thanks to the hard work sacrifice.
What I found in researching was that Churchill did several things that greatly aggravated the death toll. India was hugely expensive for the war. Indian resources, Indian soldiers.
Let's say maximum $50,000. Yes. I really see that.
It's down there. Not even very bad.
Need just as gentle remind.
Tenth question. Give us that again. Can you do that again, you good person? Woman, man, camera, TV. Legal extra point animal. Surf again, that's a like you person, not the first, but the 10th woman, man. Give us that again. Can you do camera? TV. So they say, can you repeat that? Man. So I said, yeah. So it's person, woman, man, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Okay, now he's asking you other questions. And then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, the first question. That's the So I said, yeah. So it's person, woman, man, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Okay, now he's asking you other questions. Give us that again. Can you do that again? And you go person, woman, man, camera, TV. If you get it in order, you get extra points.
For you, buddy, you're going to need a min-max thermometer and psyche thermometers and emitting integrity. Clean up with your passes every hour or percent. Read average, no one your good. After that quick math excursion, we calculate the vapor pressure of the Thus, our vapor pressure deficit is VP sat minus VP air for 2.81 minus 1.58, making 1.23 kilopascals, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so what does this mean in practical terms? Well, let's say that you're cultivating fast-growing, heavy-fruiting annuals, the sort of plants that a lot of you appear to be growing by the questions and comments I receive. For propagation, early vegetation should be
British officers in India sent telegram after telegram describing how grave the situation was. But for months, Mr. Churchill's government turned down requests to urgently export those who took the dumps in their lives. In London, newsstands store and take the millions here every day. Winston Churchill is a hero and one of the greatest Britons of all time. But in a colony he once presided over, many point to a dark legacy.
He might be an icon in Britain, but in India, he is seen actually as the precipitator of mass killing because of the policies that he advocated and the policies that he followed in Bengal in 1942.
At the heart of the anger against him, a famine in Bengal. It was triggered by a cyclone and flooding. But many blame Winston Churchill and his government for making the situation worse. It's a painful chapter in India's colonial history. Only a few surviving images show the horror of hunger. Those who didn't die in villages went to cities in search of food.
के अलावा 7 से 8 लाख दिन कम होते चले गए, संक्रमण का दायरा बढ़ता चला। 8 लाख से 9 लाख पहुंचने में हमें महज 3 दिन का वक्त लगा है। ये भी हैरान करने वाले आंकड़े।
9 लाख से 10 लाख पहुंचने में भी सिर्फ 3 दिन का वक्त
In
लगा।
London, he stands tall.
इसके अलावा 10 लाख
To millions here, Winston Churchill is a hero and one of the greatest Britons of all time. But in a colony he once presided over, many point to a dark legacy.
He might be an icon in Britain, but in India, he is
There in the last no one that else who like that says no I think go out soon I see her feel yeah now I see oh on to the rehearsal you know but now for snowing down I thought you were what else didn't know where I was curious that's not it didn't know we want to hear so much with the slug I still is not pretend right here you fun it well, we get out of football. That's it. Guess not going to get my this is guess no such. This is going to sit on sheep. I have to realize no more no woman urban.
Now reminds him of
Number one low mortality. I hope you show this nerd because it shows
आपका कहीं भी इस कोरोना महामारी में कोई इलाज नहीं हो रहा है, सब लोग मर रहे हैं। अभी आप चुनाव की बात कर रहे हैं, अभी आप तैयार देखिए कि व्यवस्था क्या है। कोई डॉक्टर मौजूद नहीं है, डॉक्टर उनके पास समुचित व्यवस्था नहीं है इलाज का, बेड की कमी है, बेड भी बढ़ना चाहिए। आप देखिए स्वास्थ्य मंत्री उनको स्वास्थ्य मंत्री केंद्र में उनको चाहिए था ये बेड बढ़ाना, एम्स का दर्जा दिलाना, ताकि यह 7-8 जिला के लोग आते हैं इलाज कराने, जैसे पूर्णिया से कल आए। ये व्यवस्था बिल्कुल लचर है और मैं सरकार को आग्रह करता हूँ कि अगर आप इसमें सुधार नहीं करेंगे, हम जनप्रतिनिधि को सड़क पर उतरने का
स्वास्थ्य राज्य मंत्री अश्विनी चौबे कई बार भागलपुर से विधायक रहे। प्रदेश में स्वास्थ्य महकमा की जिम्मेदारी संभालिए आपके हाथ में है। इसके बावजूद भी ऐसे मंत्री भागलपुर के लिए कलंक साबित होते हैं।
That we're not giving them social programs, but we can. She says, if we camera, TV, camera, so let's say you
Okay, now he's asking you other questions.
If you're anything like that,
always very image of the Cold War. The very image of the Cold War. The Berlin Wall.
That's very important to bear in mind. And a lot of people, when they start taking a chance, can be impacted with the different. Well, actually, that would be the Holocaust.
అంతా ఇంత కాదట, కొత్త కొత్త అప్లికేషన్లు కొత్త కొత్త కనెక్షన్లు చాలా వచ్చేస్తాయట. ఇక ఎంబీపీఎస్ లేవు, అన్ని GBPS లే.
అంటే పెద్ద పెద్ద గేమ్స్ కూడా ఈజీగా ఆడేయొచ్చా?
ఆడేయచ్చు, డౌన్లోడ్ చేసేయచ్చు. అతి పెద్ద గేమ్ కూడా సెకండ్లలో డౌన్లోడ్ అయిపోతుంది.
అయితే మాత్రం అంతంత డౌన్లోడ్ చేసేయడానికి ఇక్కడ ఫోన్లో ఎంత మెమరీ కార్డు ఉన్నా ఇంకా నిమిషాల్లో ఫిల్ అయిపోతాయి.
Hey man, 5G give me the ball. You know what's in this thing? Air. Of course there's air. Lots of air that we could be breathing. Free the air. Hey, go little air, go. Go, hurry. Fly away. Fly away. You crazy. Give me my ball.
Good boy.
Oh, you poor ignoramus. What are you doing?
My dog's business.
You can't put his duty in a plastic bag. It's not biodegradable.
All I want to do is get rid of it.
No! Save the species to feed the planet. You make me so frustrated. Just run your nuts.
Very harsh criticism
of the HIV/AIDS
shows that I am a human being. Before they said it was to be administered only in severe cases. We know now that at this stage the chance is almost zero. So he is really using this moment as a positive diagnosis
Okay, that's very good. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. If you... Okay, now he's asking you other questions.
చెప్పరా చెప్పు. ఏంటి కాల్ చేసావు?
ఏముందిరా, 5G వచ్చింది కదా, ఎలా ఉంటుందో చూద్దామని సరదాగా కాల్ చేశా అంటే.
ఎలా ఉంటుంది? ఇదిగో ఇలాగే ఉంటుంది. ఇదివరకు డేటా అయితే స్లో, వైఫై అయితే స్పీడ్ అనుకునేవాళ్ళం. ఇప్పుడు తేడాయే తెలియడం లేదు. ఫోన్ కాల్ చేస్తే సినిమా చూస్తున్నట్టుంది.
ఇప్పుడేం చూసావురా, ఈ 5 స్పీడ్ సామాన్యంగా ఉండదట, లేటెన్సీ చాలా తక్కువట.
అంటే
ఇలా చేస్తే అలా రీచ్ అయిపోతుందన్నమాట. పైగా దీని కెపాసిటీ అంతా ఇంత కాదట. కొత్త కొత్త అప్లికేషన్లు, కొత్త కొత్త కనెక్షన్లు చాలా వచ్చేస్తాయట. ఇక MBPS లేవు, అన్ని GBPS.
అంటే పెద్ద పెద్ద గేమ్స్ కూడా ఈజీగా ఆడేయొచ్చా?
ఆడేయచ్చు, డౌన్లోడ్ చేసేయచ్చు. అతి పెద్ద గేమ్ కూడా సెకండ్లలో డౌన్లోడ్ అయిపోతుంది తెలుసా.
అయితే మాత్రం అంతంత డౌన్లోడ్ చేసేయడానికి ఇక్కడ ఫోన్లో వరకు నరేసి వద్దకున్నా కొడతామకి
పైగా దీని కెపాసిటీ అంతా ఇంత కాదట. కొత్త కొత్త అప్లికేషన్లు, కొత్త కొత్త కనెక్షన్లు చాలా వచ్చాయి.
Wasting my time.
Zero be around on the 7-bedroom house.
The why energy because me my energy and to me I don't swine in the ana a square.
Wait a minute.
Affected older lives about afraid of germs, contamination, don't go in too much crowd.
Apple और 3 गोलियां मिली। पुलिस ने यहाँ से सौरभ राज उर्फ छोटू को गिरफ्तार किया है। गिरफ्तार अपराधियों में सत्यम यादव, सूरज यादव और राणा यादव उर्फ बधाइयाँ और लोग बधाएंगे से मुल्दार फरक
August 1945. At the end of the Second World War, the Japanese army had occupied Korea for 35 years.
Yes, done. Yeah.
was advancing harmful gender stereotypes, and that was against Google's code of conduct. So it would make people, feel discriminated against.
I'm not saying anything about the women at Google, which is what he was implying, that I was saying that the women at Google have different traits. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that people that go into tech are interested in things versus people generally, and as a population, there are fewer women that are interested in things versus people, and we need to be cognizant of that if we're trying to improve how many people want to get into
Textual factors, so a lot of nuance there, James. What's your response to what he said?
Yeah, and I agree that there's a lot of nuance, and we should really dig into it. This was meant to be the start of this session, not...
And then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, say, remember the first question, not the 10th question. Give us that again. Can you do it again? You go first. Go on. Camera TV. You get it? Like you go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? Yes. If you read your guest to us, if you are my name, no, Mr. Fogly Hill. No, which guy again? No, if he's your my name, no, Mr. Fogly Hill, that's me. The show connected with the surface and the show surface. Yes, there's a real features in it. The show,
alizarin crimson and
10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, say, the first question, not the first, but the 10th question. Give us that again. Can you do that again? And you go first.
So I think we need both of you with this and figure out how to
talking about.
acted quickly here at the start of the outbreak, but reopening too fast has come at a cost. Loss of lives and livelihoods is a lesson for the world. Fred Mylands, his hardware store, Russ Wilson says the move now reminds him of the fear and uncertainty of the HIV/AIDS outbreak. He's seeing friends lose businesses too.
I've been here 43 years. I know a lot of people in the community, and it's devastating to see them going through what they're going through.
This gelato shop had only been open 6 months when the last stay-at-home order came in March. Now they pre-pack all the ice cream and worry what's next.
The thing that makes me more afraid is that we don't know if, how, and when. So we just open the door and we don't know if we will be able to run the business. People that have been passing through the Second World War, they don't waste food, they cannot live the life open in a room because this makes them feel better because they pass through this. And the same, I believe, goes for our generation, for kids that are growing in this time, they are working hard
It says that we have a giant deficit.
साबुन से धोएं और बचाव भी इस बीमारी का इलाज है। इसलिए लगातार हम आपसे अपील कर रहे हैं कि हाथ धोते रहिए और मास्क जरूर पहनिए। घर से बाहर निकलते ही मास्क लगाइए। अगर काम
West Germany was NATO's front line along the Iron Curtain. Since 1955, the Americans had been training a new West German army. Some thought that could mean a German finger on NATO's nuclear trigger. German rearmament brought back nightmares for many Europeans, above all for the Russians. The new weaponry alarmed East Germany, the German Democratic Republic. West Germany was NATO's front line along the Iron Curtain. Since 1955, the Americans have been training a new West German army.
He talks about people under 40 years old, the chances, he says, that consequences of contamination is close to zero. We have to worry about the virus, yes, but also with unemployment. I know one can recover from dying, but the economy does not work. It leads to other causes of death and suicide. It suffers very harsh criticism in this regard. But today's show is you're saying, was this here fast? Ja, so is het. Dus
to get to, we want to start in Brazil. The country's President Bolsonaro, has tested positive, we just learned in the last hour, for coronavirus. This diagnosis, of course, comes after months of Bolsonaro dismissing and mocking, really, the seriousness of the coronavirus, calling it something like a little flu. much like President Trump has done when it comes to COVID-19. CNN's Bill Weir is in Sao Paulo. He's following all of this for us. He's joining me now. Bill, what more are you hearing?
That's going to be very exciting. Racing is going to be just as good.
Well, we're hearing a lot more of the president's words after he broke news in a little press gaggle in front of the palace. He did give an interview to CNN Brazil, and he talked about the fact that given the symptoms, it started Sunday with a certain indisposition, as he describes it, aggravated through Monday. He had a fever, and given the symptoms, the medical team decided to apply hydroxychloroquine. I took it yesterday about 5 o'clock. At 5 a.m. I took the second dose, and I confess I feel perfectly well. I have to admit, I thought I had considering my very dynamic because of my contact with them, I thought I had contacted already.
If you're knitting in the brown, you always go. This is what a sheriff's patrol looks like in the age of coronavirus in West Hollywood. Deputies can now fine anyone for not wearing a mask.
Most need just a gentle reminder. We're not looking The fines are the least of the financial worries haunting these streets. With cases surging, they're on the brink of reimposing stay-at-home orders. It could devastate an economy barely recovered.
Safety is, of course, of #1 priority, but the shutdowns are unacceptable. And they're unacceptable because it's taking a sledgehammer to a fly, if you will. It creates a toxic environment for the business community to where we're not going to have small businesses.
West Hollywood's the heart of LGBTQ Los Angeles. At his hardware store, Russ Wilson says the mood now reminds him of the fear and uncertainty of the HIV/AIDS outbreak here.
एम्स का दर्जा दिलाना ताकि यह 7-8 जिला के लोग आते हैं इलाज कराने जैसे पूर्णिया से कल आए ये व्यवस्था बिल्कुल लचर है और मैं सरकार को आग्रह करता हूं कि अगर आप इस पर सुधार नहीं करेंगे हम जनप्रतिनिधि को सड़क पर उतरने के बारे में कोई
विराट ने कहा कि केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य राज्य गिरफ्तार किया है गिरफ्तार अपराधियों की निशान नहीं पर थाना क्षेत्र के छापेमारी की गई। गिरफ्तार अपराधियों ने बताया कि हथियार एवं गोलियों की आपूर्ति का काम थाना क्षेत्र के निवासी बंटी
की संख्या 12,40,435 हो गई है। मौत के मामले में भारत ने स्पेन को अब पीछे छोड़ दिया है।
बहुत डरावना आंकड़ा है क्योंकि आपको इससे पहले कभी भी भारत में 45,000 से ज्यादा केसेस एक दिन में नहीं आए थे। 12 लाख पार हो गया है कोरोना के बाद। देश में कोरोना संक्रमण का खतरा लगातार बढ़ रहा है। अगर कुल आंकड़े की बात करें तो 12 लाख को पार कर चुका है। एक दिन में हैरान करने वाला आंकड़ा जो सामने आया है वो ये है कि 45,720 लोग एक साथ कोरोना संक्रमित पाए गए।
1,122 लोगों की 24 घंटे में मौत भी हुई है। देश में कुल मिलाकर कोरोना संक्रमण की स्थिति जबरदस्त नजर आ रही है।
सबके बीच आईसीएमआर अभी भी कह रहा है कि हम नहीं बढ़े हैं, जबकि मरने वालों के आंकड़े में अब हमने
ఇలా చేస్తే అలా రీచ్ అయిపోతుంది అన్నమాట. పైగా దీని కెపాసిటీ అంతా ఇంత కాదట. కొత్త కొత్త అప్లికేషన్లు, కొత్త కొత్త కనెక్షన్లు చాలా వచ్చేస్తాయట. ఇక ఎంబీపీఎస్ లేవు, అన్ని జీబీపీఎస్లే.
అంటే పెద్ద పెద్ద గేమ్స్ కూడా ఈజీగా ఆడేయొచ్చా?
ఆడేయచ్చు, డౌన్లోడ్ చేసేయచ్చు. అతి పెద్ద గేమ్ కూడా సెకండ్లలో డౌన్లోడ్ అయిపోతుంది తెలుసా?
అయితే మాత్రం అంతంత డౌన్లోడ్ చేసేయడానికి ఇక్కడ ఫోన్లో మెమరీ ఉండొద్దు. ఎంత మెమరీ కార్డులు ఉన్నా ఇంకా నిమిషాల్లో ఫిల్ అయిపోతాయి. ఆ ప్రమాదం ఆలోచించావా? ఒరేయ్ 5G అని సంకల్పం చేసుకోగానే నా ఉద్దేశంలో ఈ కంపెనీ వాళ్ళంతా మనందరి చేత మళ్ళీ కొత్త ఫోన్లు కొనిపించడానికి ఇలాగే ఉంటుంది. ఇదివరకు డేటా అయితే స్లో, వైఫై అయితే స్పీడ్ అనుకునేవాళ్ళం. ఇప్పుడు తేడాయే తెలియడం లేదు. ఫోన్ కాల్ చేస్తే సినిమా చూస్తున్నట్టు
సామాన్యంగా ఉండదట. లేటెన్సీ చాలా తక్కువట. అంటే ఇలా చేస్తే అలా రీచ్ అయిపోతుంది అన్నమాట. పైగా దీని కెపాసిటీ అంతా ఇంత కాదట. కొత్త కొత్త అప్లికేషన్లు, కొత్త కొత్త కనెక్షన్లు చాలా వచ్చేస్తాయట. ఇక ఎంబీపీఎస్ లేవు, అన్ని జీబీపీఎస్లే.
అంటే పెద్ద పెద్ద గేమ్స్ కూడా ఈజీగా ఆడేయొచ్చా?
ఆడేయచ్చు, డౌన్లోడ్ చేసేయచ్చు. అతి పెద్ద గేమ్ కూడా సెకండ్లలో డౌన్లోడ్ అయిపోతుంది తెలుసా?
అయితే మాత్రం అంతంత డౌన్లోడ్ చేసేయడానికి ఇక్కడ ఫోన్లో మెమరీ ఉండొద్దు. ఎంత మెమరీ కార్డులు ఉన్నా ఇంకా నిమిషాల్లో ఫిల్ అయిపోతాయి. ఆ ప్రమాదం ఆలోచించావా? ఒరేయ్ 5G అని సంకల్పం చేసుకోగానే కేవలం 5G నా ఉద్దేశంలో ఈ
Ik weet niet of je nog zo snel staat. Snel niet naar een surf zij met wat. Is blemmerd stuurtjes niks en je misheid zijn hier gezet. Zij hebben er stuur met moe het hangen. Dat zien hem van op had zit dat heeft het is niet niet niet. Maar net dit ja is het voor eerst net de nee dat is niet screen is je versabel ook het wat.
Initiatief hoor je eerst. Yes is it. Sie schiebt sehr
Saya lagi naik dulu kan sur, tapi bilang itu kami berapa kena asduk iqbal nombor tu asduk kami berapa lagi no. Kasuri bakan do tahu bila happy bakan. Kasuri happy bakan do tu saya kena bersabar ngisa saya pasti pada.
रफी साहब जैसा सिंगर वैसे मेरे ख्याल से तो ना कभी पैदा हो सकता है।
कितनी पिक्चर में मौसम में गाना हुआ है वो लगता था पूरी तरह से चेंज और सॉफ्ट भी कर लिया था ये मैंने पहली बात है
उसमें कुछ कहने का जैसे मैंने आपको समझ
जज जाके देख लिखा भी नहीं रहता तो रिसर्च कर रहे हैं शमी बुआ के लगा तो समय वो नहीं रहा 47. But Maria names I'm definitely the best speaker on the street. Probably second to but it's not just me dedicated to the cause, my granny too. She's always on the gaming forums, so she misses out on all of her favourite TV shows.
With ITV Player, just a few clicks gets you 30 days free catch-up to watch the shows you've missed. For whatever reason. ITV Player. Ready when you are.
It's all about screen time, this. No secret to being a great game. My online name is RedK47, but my real name's Andrew.
उनकी गायकी पर कुछ कहूँ तो मतलब ये कुछ चांद के बारे में बात करने वाली बात है तो उसमें कुछ कहने की जैसे मैंने आपके सामने कैलिबर है एज अ सिंगर कि जिसके बारे में कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता एक लाइन कहूँगा बहुत लंबी नहीं कहूँगा कि वे कहूँगा कि रिबन कहूँगा न्याल की सजा की चुप में बराबर से रंग इस दायरे पे लगी हो भी बकवासी पर
Below $2 by no means am I saying the entire charge. Yeah, if I can manage to stay up above there, that would definitely be the biggest sign of strength going forward. Next level of support after that, down there at about the $1.05 mark, give or take a couple pennies. So these are definitely the near-term levels. Taking a step back and looking at more so the broad scope of things from a support perspective.
The drum coated in a photoconductive material. This material becomes conductive when exposed to light. To duplicate the image, the drum is first charged by a corona wire, which produces a high voltage and gives the drum a static charge. The now negatively charged drum is rolled underneath a piece of paper to be copied, where a lens focuses the image of the paper onto the drum and a bright light source provides illumination. Because the photoconductive material will conduct electricity when exposed to light, any bright areas become discharged.
Are you talking about shopping and not Thomas Wayne? Shopping first.
This drum is then rolled against the
if they want to remain silent, they can remain total silent. If they don't have to answer any questions asked by the police, if they don't want to talk about it, talk about it. What's happening 바로 도민이 되는 것이 아닌가라는 예상을 해보았는데요. 멤버의 취향 저격색으로 마이크의 컬러를 바꾸셨습니다.
Their salaries and careers for the public to right to know. We've had the privilege to entice these engines, knowing full well and our grateful citizens are behind them. Project Veritas supporters have their backs no matter what, as long as they stand up for what is true and important for the public to know. Expose CNN about our upcoming CNN staffer who wore a hidden camera and will blow whistle on CNN. A CNN insider will blow the whistle and through Project Veritas at their job proposals who would build the gas and
for some quick dirty display correction, Windows and Mac OS provide built-in tools to adjust gamma, a setting that affects brightness and color ratios, as well as contrast and color levels. This method is fast and free, but since you're expected to eyeball the sample limited implemented, since you're expected to eyeball the sample
Expose CNN about our upcoming CNN staff who wore a hidden camera. CNN.
퀴즈까지 방탄소년단으로 웨블리 포즈까지 참석했고요. 지민의 사진을 또 커플 모자로 소개를 해주셨습니다.
Method number 1. For some quick and dirty display correction, both Windows and Mac OS provide built-in tools to adjust gamma, a setting that affects brightness and color ratios, as well as contrast and color levels. This method is fast and free, but since you're expected to eyeball what the sample image should look like without a calibrated reference, it's not much better than checking your car's speed by sticking your hand out the window. But if you'd like to go a little bit deeper with your monitor settings, there's method.
Вот сейчас вот это база. Вот, я хотел спросить. Поможет ли это, собственно, жилет подкликать с будем, собственно, самый простой вариант. В дальнейшем можно
How could this happen? Such a well, we've covered the reasons. Astronomers can't
इसी तरह आप दोस्तों एक से एक लेटेस्ट तरीके से आपको इसमें और आप कोई भी फॉन्ट कहीं भी इसे यूज़ कर सकते हैं। तो दोस्तों आशा होगी आप हमारी वीडियो दोस्तों हमारी वीडियो को लाइक और शेयर और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब जरूर करें। थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग माय वीडियो। अभी तक आपने हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब
The second the third is that
the next wake up the so ang all ay gising sa gabi.
Thank you very much. Let's talk more about the
lalaroin natin ngayon ay para daw sa mga
So that more and more people will know what is happening on site. And we ask them to use encrypted apps for confrontation if they have during the protest. We advise them to use Telegram, Twitter, and these encrypted apps so that they can protect their personal data and personal connections. To provide information on what more and more people care about Hong Kong's democratic progress because of this.
You're a first-year student at the University of Hong Kong, and you've been involved in the protests, not since last weekend, but actually the week before with the student strike that was taking place then, so you've been invested all along the way. And
there is a new genre of answer. You can wear a hidden camera and blow the whistle on your employer through
democracy protesters and how to use technology to demonstrate. What have been your tips for them?
We ask protesters to use the phone as media.
For them.
To deliver message and information about the protest on the internet. We advise them to use Ustream to put on live of the protest so that more and more people will know what is happening on site. And we ask them to use encrypted apps for conversation if they have to talk during the protest. We advise them to use Telegram, Twitter, and these encrypted apps so that they can protect their personal data and personal information.
You also provide information of what the students
We've got a 91% survival rate for comprehensive in by
Do you agree with that? Do you think that's a good path?
I agree with you. It's a telegram. Even if we are prepared actively certain things that stopping the police
реакции на несанкционированные мероприятия, по-моему,
These young Belarusians have been afraid their entire lives, but not anymore. Now they're ready to fight for change. They just don't know yet how ferociously the regime is prepared to fight back. Jim Mackenzie, BBC News, Minsk.
The former Soviet Republic of Belarus is often referred to as Europe's last dictatorship. Located between Russia and the Baltic states, the country has been ruled for more than 25 years by one man, Alexander Lukashenko. But opposition to him is growing, fueled by his dismissive response to the coronavirus pandemic. Presidential elections are due to take place in a few weeks' time, but opposition activists and journalists are being rounded up and jailed in what people say is the most brutal.
Do you think you can win? You don't believe in honest elections, but you still believe that our president will understand that his time is over. People don't want him anymore.
Not a single election since President Lukashenko took power in 1994 has been judged free or fair. But it's his response to coronavirus that's tipped people over the edge.
Здесь нет вирусов никаких. Вот ты же не заметила, что они летают?
The president has dismissed the virus as a psychosis and refused to lock down. This year's Victory Day was celebrated as usual, and people feel he's gambled with their lives. This doctor is risking his career to talk to us.
Наверное, если бы руководство поступало немного иначе, признало бы проблему, то, наверное, все-таки мы бы спасли бы еще ни одного бы человека при этом. Из медиков, статистики, реальной статистики Минздрава не верит никто.
Reporting here is difficult. Soon it becomes clear
why elements, which are stored as a series of numbers, are actually colors that you see.
방탄소년단 지민과의 아이 콘텐츠
Arctic polar bears are facing near extinction by the end of the century.
शहीद भगत सेनार सदस्य हेमंत महापात्र और तांको भौणी जरूरी कामरे मोटरसाइकेल जोगे निज घर को जाउथिबा बेले सामनारो एक मोटरसाइकेल धक्का दे एथिरे जणे युवक गुरुतर होई जाइथिबा हेमंत महापात्र एक ऑटो सहायता रे जाजपुर मेडिकल ले जाइछि दुर्घटनार कारण सठिक जणा पड़िना पुलिस एहार तदंत करू भंडारी पोखरी रो विकास दाऊ करिबो
Hashtag expose the This is a hard-hitting piece of safe passage for a hazardous triad, strange excitement, and gratification.
Whatever the conditions. Смешных безопасных. In this study was shown that privacy.
And I think a lot of people think common humanity, basic humanity requires but apart from that, can I just say, there is a policy in the police force that is a duty to intervene. Saying officers are required to either stop or attempt to stop another small employee when the force is being inappropriately applied or is no longer required. So the argument that he was a junior police officer is already covered by the fact that he had a duty to intervene, whatever the state's status as the other officer.
Now, I won't get into the many reasons that I don't
as it has to be done in a shop. It can't start and stop with an inkjet printer, particularly because the fusing unit is liable to burn some paper, or at least singe it a little, if it were to suddenly stop. So laser printing works, and it works really well. But the actual laser mechanism is kind of weird, and relying on the speed which introduces more little parts, like touch.
But wait a minute. Despite your monitor's high price tag, something looks amiss. The colors are all wrong. How could this happen on such an expensive component? Well, we've covered the reasons that monitors can look so different from each other in these episodes here. But today we're going to talk about ways to calibrate your monitor properly to get accurate, crisp colors, whether you spent $100 or $1,000. So I thought, snowder na hanep, so you know, serial off very kind of eggs. In the proper and almost near Villa. See a lot of house gonna go ahead. Very good. I see evening. Under the steamer for Christmas, the certain omelets, zero through about me. Well, still up.
Jeg wouldn't not get so that there was an arse to move the shed behind me. I guess that's back there to the most of it. That's me. And the rest is it.
आज भंडारी पोखरी ब्लॉक अंतर्गत रहणिया ठारे सामना सामनी दुईटी बाइक्र दुर्घटना घटी एथिरे जणे गुरुतर होइथिबा बेले दुई जण आहत होइथिबार सूचना मिलिछि। शहीद भगत सेनार सदस्य बसवरानेश्वर गहली हास स्टीरना बेसरा वीडियो होता हां कि एरे बा वीडियो होरतु के रोस्टेरिस्टे स्नाना नकरू और क्या भी निमासन वा फेर हाइन हरो तोग्रत्मक अलमीर होतेरे नकमिस्ना आज भंडारी पोखरी ब्लॉक अंतर्गत रहणिया ठारे सामना सामनी दुईटी बाइक्र दुर्घटना एथिरे जणे गुरुतर होइथिबा बेले दुई जण आहत होइथिबार सूचना मिलिछि। शहीद भगत सेनार सदस्य हेमंत महापात्र
You put out this YouTube video, and it was this appeal to the world to pay attention and to care for Hong Kong. That video got more than 1 million views on YouTube. Why do you think the world is interested in your protest here in Hong Kong?
I think people are interested because people actually care about Hong Kong and democratic progress in Hong Kong. If Hong Kong gets real democracy, it means that the whole of China may get a chance in getting more and more democracy. So I think people care about Hong Kong's democracy.
Find the biggest one, the preto. Waktu kayak kehilangan posisi kita. Itu dia sendiri deh, lutin itu level 1. Next time, next how many more and I have how many
It's a bilingual kindergarten, which is very, very important and essential for me and for my kids. We hope that someday reality will reflect, in a way, what is going here in this kindergarten.
I feel like this place is a really big secret. And people don't want to know that good things are happening here in this country. And what they show on the news and on the media and whatever is all these horrible, horrible things.
ये रफी साहब का भी वही कैलिबर है एज अ सिंगर कि जिसके बारे में कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता। एक लाइन कहूंगा, बहुत लंबी नहीं कहूंगा, कि सिंगर्स बहुत आ जाएंगे, शायद ये वैक्यूम फिल भी कर देंगे रफी साहब का, लेकिन रफी साहब वापस नहीं आ सकते। वो जो उनकी बात है वो मेरे ख्याल से नहीं आ सकती, जो उनकी आवाज में एक बात है, मुझे नहीं लगता कभी भी आ सकती।
At the University of Hong Kong, and you've been involved in the protests not since last weekend, but actually the week before with the student strike that was taking place then. So you've been invested all along the way, and as part of Keyboard Frontline, you've been publishing materials and passing them out to student protesters and pro-democracy protesters on how to use technology to demonstrate. What have been your tips for them?
We ask protesters to use the phone as a media to deliver message and information about a protest on the internet. We advise them to use Ustream to so that more and more people will know what is happening on site.
있는 예상을 해보았는데요. 멤버의 취향 저격 색으로 마이크의 컬러를 바꾼 것이었습니다. V는 그린으로, 그리고 슈가는 블랙, 지민은 골드, 정국은 퍼플, 지는 핑크, 남주는 스카이 블루였고요. pop은 보라색이다, 핑크다, 은색이다라는 의견이 많았는데 커스텀된 마이크의 사진을 보니 크리스탈로 색을 모두 알고 싶은 pop의 마음이 담긴 것은 아닐까요? 더 대박인 것은 각 멤버가 마이크 색에 맞춰서 액세서리를 깔맞춤했다는 것이었는데요. 인효를 깔맞춤하는 것은 물론 V는
Why didn't Thomas Lane step in to stop it?
Okay, Thomas Lane was on his fourth day of being a police officer. Chauvin had 20 years as a police officer. I apologize for my voice. It's late here. It's not early. Anyway, Chauvin had 20 years. The police department is ran like a military service. You have officers who are experienced police officers, and then you have rookies, and there's each providing it as nursing house. A police department is ran like a military service. You have officers who have experienced police officers, and then you have rookies, and you have officers that are on the job for days.
As he held his knee on George Floyd's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Why didn't Thomas Lane step in to stop him?
Okay, Thomas Wayne was on his 4th day.
It's quite sure this will be a video chart on ticker symbol GLNNF. We will take a look at the 30-minute time frame.
गीत भी आपके साथ
तो पहले गाना मेरे लिए गाया था जाने क्या ढूंढती रहती हैं ये आंखें मुझमें रात के ढेर में शोला है नाची गारी है तो जीत ही लेंगे बाजी हम तुम खेल पूरा छूटेंगे कितनी पिक्चरें बनाओ सब में जहाँ
मैं रफी साहब को तब से जानता हूँ जब मेरे म्यूजिक डायरेक्शन में कोरस गाया था. अच्छा. But then I appreciate his लगाव, लगन and everything, you know, from where to where you went. And कमाल की बात है जब रफी साहब गुजर गए तो नौशाद साहब मुझे टेलीफोन किया रात के 12 बजे. बोले पन्ना साहब सुना आपने रफी गुजर गया. बोले ये कैसे हो गया? बोले हार्ट अटैक आ गया. नौशाद साहब रफी साहब चले गए ये नहीं इन उस्तादों के खानदान होता है ना पुराने खानदान मैं कहता हूँ रफी साहब चले गए खानदान चला.
रफी साहब जैसा सिंगर वैसे मेरे ख्याल से तो ना कभी पैदा हो सकता है ना कभी पहले हुआ था और ना कभी हो सकता है. उनकी गायकी के बारे में मैं कुछ कहूँ तो मतलब ये कुछ चांद के बारे में बात करने वाली बात है. उसमें कुछ कहने का जैसे मैंने आपके सामने दिलीप कुमार के बारे में कहा था कि ये रफी साहब का भी वही कैलिबर है एज अ सिंगर कि जिसके बारे में कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता. एक लाइन कहूँगा बहुत लंबी नहीं कहूँगा कि सिंगर्स बहुत आ जाएंगे शायद ये वैक्यूम फिल भी कर देंगे रफी साहब का लेकिन रफी साहब वापस नहीं आ सकते. वो जो उनकी बात है वो मेरे ख्याल से नहीं आ सकती. जो उनकी आवाज में एक बात है मुझे नहीं लगता कभी भी आ सकेगी. Saya juga kan tadi jom. Tapi kita awak di nuji saya jadi buat tapi nuji dong. Ini sebab sih pada ni kita. आसी करेंगे तो कि बिल्कुल क्या है ये वैक्यूम फिल भी कर देंगे रफी साहब लेकिन रफी साहब
but we didn't mean to do any harm. So when those anti-Occupy protesters actually they're hitting students and moving away our barriers, I feel very worried about the peaceful protesters there that they will lose their protection and and they will be forced to leave there if the police use violence to evacuate them.
Joshua Wong is one of the student leaders. I just spoke to him just now, and his message is basically
You'll have it with no absolute heal with he was talking with bread and that but toggle with the red just as for that but here over with that there by a way boom boom that nourishing if the head heel shatters that if that is like that so no well was no you know it was mean that you would have ended up that here from the even off in the door with all the lady and that right there but we feel as we actually peaceful protectors yes it's indeed that we block the road and we cause inconvenience for for the neighborhood, but we didn't mean to do any harm. So when those anti-Occupy protesters actually they're hitting students and moving away our barriers, I feel very worried about the peaceful protesters there, that they will lose their protection and they will be.
영국의 거리를 마비시키고 팝업 스토어에서 떼창을 하게 하고 버스에 노선까지 바꾸는 그들은 BTS. 이 사람은 영국의
spoke to Benjamin Crump, who is the attorney for family. They are not happy that Derek Chauvin is only getting charged second-degree murder, first-degree murder. What is your reaction to that?
Mr.
Chauvin never paid much attention to
트위터에서는 BTS의 포즈를 방문한 팬들의 구사기관을 책임지겠다는 트위터가 올라왔는데요. 경찰에 영국의 버즈피즈가 방탄소년단 신문과의 아이돌 때문에 톰 브라운의 진짜를 잘못 전달하는 트위터의 배경과 피드까지 방탄소년단으로 도배된 그는 웸블리 콘서트까지 참석했고요. 지민의 사진을 떠올리며 미로 사진입니다.
То есть все, я так понимаю, вот эти вот карманы в камербанде, они уже подходят под магазины, правильно?
I know, they're probably filled with excitement. There's some momentum. You're almost certain to find yourself or perhaps a 3D printer, but we're not talking about automobiles. Our videos this fire.
Nous avons eu tellement de bonnes cet effort permet aux gens de rester actifs pendant cette période.
Et voilà, et si on ne danse pas avec Carmel, Carmel, on est d'accord, il n'est pas forcément facile de porter ses enfants pendant le confinement, mais dans une résidence, un quartier de dire aussi, il n'est pas spectacle, tout est bon, parce que les enfants
You may already know more. Today,
방탄소년단의 스타일리스트는
how will
영국의 경찰인데요. BTS 블랙 아니 BTP 트위터에서는 BTS의 콘서트를 방문한 팬들의 무사기환을 책임지겠다는 트위터가 올라와 있는데요. 경찰의 하트비트마저 움직이게 하는 BTS는 정말
너무 잘생긴.
영국의 버즈피드 기자는 방탄소년단 지민과의 아이 컨택 때문에 톰 브라운의 철자를 잘못 전달한 적이 있었다고 합니다. 트위터의 배경과 피드까지 방탄소년단으로 도배된 그녀는 웸블리 콘서트까지 참석했고요. 지민의 사진을 떠올리며 커플 모자로 포기를 하게 됐는데요. 차분한 스타일을 보인 지니 보라색의 끈은 굉장히 착한 남자가 갑자기 바나나로 그랬는지 지민과 웸블리 2회차 공연 때 방탄소년단이 팬들이 진행한 이벤트 바로 영 포레버의 훌라후를 함께 부르는데요. 갑자기 팬들의 떼창을 들은 지민이 쿵쿵 눈물을 흘렸고요. 상남자이던 정국도 눈물을 감추지 못했습니다. 이 사진과 영상을 보면 정말 얼마나 많이 눈물을 흘렸는지 이야기인 줄 알았습니다. 그런데 모자 아래를 보면 이건 손흥민? 알고 보니 손흥민을 응원하기 위해 토트넘의 기념품을 썼던 것이라네요. 이 모자의 가격은 약 15,000원. 항상 댕긴한 느낌이었던 진이 이번에는 노란색 털색에서 아미색으로 헤어 컬러를 바꿨네요. 그동안 차분한 스타일을 보인 진이기에 보라색의 컬러는 굉장히 충격적이었는데요. 착한 남자가 아가씨 만나겠어. 너 이거 초중신이나 너는 되게 새롭게 이신이 욕을 하는 것이 나고 너는 거예요. 모르겠으나 제가 잘겠으나로
to demonstrate. So what have been your tips for that?
We were told that they hadn't seen any evidence, but that is meaningless. They hadn't. The committee found it astonishing. No one in government had sought beforehand to protect the referendum from such attempts and investigated actions against Indians in major construction. The outrage is not now interference. The outrage is that no one to
상남자이던 중국도 눈물을
protesters, thousands of them, have surrounded peaceful pro-democracy protesters. Our apologies, we know that the rain is seeping through the tent here and a little bit of rain is giving out. I'm sorry about that, Glacier. But what is your feeling right now about this moment in your struggle for democracy here in Hong Kong, where it is starting to
very well. It is well UK business.
That the government is deliberately looking the other way, or do you think that
किसी तरीके से डीजल सिविल वार करवाने में उसको 15,000 कत्ल करवाने में पाकिस्तान में तोड़ करवाने में कामयाब हो जाए सारी दुनिया में पता चले पाकिस्तान फेल स्टेट है नाकाम रियासत बन चुका है खान साहब की को कारवे दिया जाए और पाकिस्तान में सिविल वार क्रिएट करके ये जितने बड़े बड़े मेगा स्कैंडल के सुर्खेल हैं वो भी बच बचा के निकल जाए। ये भी एक इनके जो मजमूम मकासदों में एक ये भी उनका हदफ है कि किसी तरीके से और कुछ नहीं खान का तो ये बालिंग उगाड़ सकते खान चला
to leave there if the police use violence to evacuate them.
Joshua Wong is one of the student leaders. I just spoke to him just now, and his message is basically, if this violence goes on and not enough police protection is offered to the protesters, talks with the government is on.
Mentally, this method of creating an image using lines and light is surprisingly similar to how analog television works. I made a series on television if you'd like to check it out, but the paradox is called
turning it into a printer.
and laser printers requires
That's exactly what happened. Using a laser diode lens
the photocopy. With computer control, you could draw text and images directly on the drum with the laser, thus turning it into a printer. And that's exactly what happened. Using a laser diode, lenses, and a spinner, laser printers draw onto the drum in lines, and the laser is pulsed on and off to create the image. The resolution of the printer is determined by the number of lines it can draw in a given unit, in addition to the maximum number of times the laser can be pulsed on or off within that line. Often, the resolution is measured in dots per inch, so a printer with 6 axes
이 사람은 영국의 경찰인데요. BTS의 아니 BTP 트위터에서는 BTS의 콘서트를 방문한 팬들의 무사교환을 책임지겠다는 트위터가 올라와 있는데요. 경찰의 핫빛마저
वही पाकिस्तान अफगानिस्तान में रूस के खिलाफ जिहादियों को समर्थन देता रहा इसमें
elsewhere, hundreds of jobs are to be created with the construction of a new life science building in Nottingham. Around £30 million is being spent building the 5-storey structure next to the current biocity site.
Once completed, the facility will be fitted with a high-tech laboratory safeguarding up to 150 jobs and creating
and that's where the when did it come in? Who invented it? I'm not sure. It's a weird footnote. But both claims to the first LED in 1981. It's surprising how little info there seems to be about LED. Though
word persistent is more difficult as it implies an ongoing temporal component. When synonyms are searched, one finds words like continuously, constant, non-stop, never-ending.
for them. We have
asymmetric warfare subtraining and neither useful as doctrine.
Very effective. Unfortunately, it's just as rapid led by asymmetric it's hyper-focused.
Tons of water is being pumped from the levels each week so that it won't
Welcome to the program. Tonight's headline: 8 young people die in New Year party
트위터에서는 BTS의 포스트를 방문한 국민들의 수사기관을 책임지겠다는 트위터가 올라와 있는데요. 경찰의 하트비트마저 움직이게 하는 BTS는 정말 영국의 버즈피드 기자는 방탄소년단 지민과의 아이 컨택 때문에 톰 브라운의 철자를 잘못 전달한 적이 있었다고 합니다. 트위터의 배경과 피드까지 방탄소년단으로 도배된 그는 웸블리 콘서트까지 참석했고요. 지민의 사상을 떠올리며 커플을 모자로 포스팅을
around midnight into the north and east, particularly staying dry, the wind easing ever so slightly, and pretty mild too, temperatures holding up in double figures, and we've got a lovely day in store tomorrow as well. That cloud burning off pretty quickly as we go through tomorrow morning. Slightly lighter winds than we've seen today. This should be a bit of less of a differential.
Asymmetric warfare subtraining. Neither. Current literature from asymmetric warfare group focuses exclusively on tactical challenges by adversary tone. And as a result, weaknesses the operation and strategic potential of the environment, neutral space that either side can leverage, both for the defensive and offensive advantage. The Army's ATP, released this past November,
responsible to protect the perpetrators from being harassed by those angry and
Понятно. Да. Значит, второй момент, который точно будем говорить еще. Меня уже был субъем брат, цифры для меня брат, другой. Значит, давай, знаешь, что начинаем? Что перед нами, в принципе, такое? Она
permitiendo que los ángeles trabajen su marca para traerte lo que necesitas para crear tus intenciones. Te sientes absolutamente listo para tener finalmente lo que quieres. La declaración "estoy listo" es un poderoso dúo de palabras mágicas que se manifiestan. Puedes usar esta declaración para pedir a los ángeles. Son nuestros guardianes y cualquier cosa. Son seres espirituales divinos y cuando estás tratando de crear cambios positivos, he aquí una frase de muestra para conseguir.
So laser printing works, and it works really well. But the actual laser mechanism is kind of big, and relying on a spinning thing to make the image introduces more moving parts and complexity. And that's where the LED printer is. When did it come to I'm not sure. It's a weird footnote to developers.
By this comment, you can divide the coding. Okay. Save this. I know that.
갑자기 팬들의 떼창을 들은 지민이 폭풍을 상남자이던 정국도 눈물을 감추지 못했습니다. 이 사진과 영상을 보면은 정말 얼마나 많이 눈물을 흘렸는지 알 수가 있는데요. 또 하나의 대박 사건, 태영이는 마이크가 초록색. 저는 사실 태영의 새로운 헤어 컬러가 바로 그린이 되는 것이 아닌가라는 예상을 해보았는데요. 멤버의 취향 저격색으로 마이크의 컬러를 바꾸셨습니다.
నిజమేరా నువ్వు అలా అంటుంటే నాకు చాలా బాధగా ఉంది అంటే నేను నీ దగ్గరికి వచ్చి మాట్లాడాలని ఉంది
But where they differ is in how the image is drawn on the drum. And to understand why that
Welcome to ITV News West Country.
Tonight's main story, and as the environment secretary visits flood victims, but is accused of empty promises and further
So check them out at the link in the video description and try out Squarespace for free. Yes, my friends, you get 2 weeks for free with no credit card required. And if you use offer code TechQuickie, you can save 10% on your first purchase. Thanks for watching, guys. Like, dislike, leave a comment with suggestions for future videos. Check out our other video here and don't forget to subscribe. These days, it's easy to go.
care about Hong Kong's democratic progress
Other broadcasts were on her Diamond Jubilee in 2012.
मैं रवि साहब को तब से जानता हूँ जब मैं म्यूजिक डायरेक्शन में कोरस गाया था. अच्छा. But then I appreciate his लगाव, लगन and everything, you know, from where to where he went. And कमाल की बात है, जब रवि साहब गुजर गए, तो नौशाद साहब मुझे टेलीफोन किया रात के 12 बजे. बोले बन्ना साहब सुना है रफी गुजर गया. बोले ये कैसे हो गया? ऐसा बोले हार्ट अटैक आ गया. नौशाद साहब रफी साहब चले गए. ये उस्तादों की खाना होता है ना, ये फलाने खानदान की फलाने. मैं तो क्या कहता हूँ रफी साहब चले गए वो खानदान चले गए. रफी साहब भाई
I want to explain, guys. Our words are easy. Both consistently used as persistent and resilient to describe the inside forces that need to achieve it. However, neither document defines us, so to seek clarity, let's turn to the 27th National Security Statement, which defines resilience as the ability to withstand and recover rapidly from deliberate attacks, access, and natural disasters. The word persistent is more difficult to define, as it implies an ongoing temporal cause. When synonyms are searched, we find that persistent
멤버들의 생을 모두 아우르고 싶은 후배 마음이 담긴 것입니다. 더 대박인 것은 각 멤버가 마이크 3개 맞춰서 액세서리를 깔맞춤했다는 것이었는데요. 이녀를 깔맞춤하는 것은 물론 B는 그린 3개 넥클리스, 남주는 블루 3개 반지를, 속친도 핑크 3개 링을 착용했습니다. 이런 코디를 볼 때마다 드는 생각, 방탄소년단의 스타일리스트는 정말 영국의 거리를 마비시키고 팝업 스토어에서 떼창을 하게 하고 버스에 노선까지 바꾸는 그들은 바로 BTS. 이 사람은 영국의 경찰인데요. BTS 블랙 아니 BTP 트위터에서는 BTS의 콘서트를 방문한 팬들의 무사기환을 책임지겠다는 트위터가 올라와 있는데요. 경찰의 하트비트마저 움직이게 하는 BTS는 정말 너무 잘생겼. 영국의 버즈 필립스도 빼고
Joku hataki kuulen rokottuvat ora hetilu. Jokan on skihtaa no rakoinen on kyllä. Hillaskin minusta edetä ja hokotto okelta pahamassa. Uudesti tiesi uparattu onko hieno selitte. Niitä kosmokiatra como peuran maat. Edo suaju por ini kosmokiatra como era makilu no. Ukko korta pahamassa. Oitto dokoranessa kohti hat. Anna juttujen sivusta haanuu. Edeltävästi uparattu minä selitte. Ja minä hakan edeltäin korottuvat on
있던 전부도 눈물을 감추지 못했습니다. 이 사진과 영상을 보면 정말 얼마나 많이 눈물을 흘렸는지 알 수가 있는데요. 또 하나의 대박사건, 태영에 있는 마이크가. 저는 사실 태영의 새로운 헤어컬러가 바로 그린이 되는 것이 아닌가라는 예상을 해보았습니다. 멤버의 취향 저격 색으로 마이크의 컬러를 바꿔보셨습니다. 그린은 그린, 슈가는 블랙, 지민은 골, 정국은 퍼플, 지인은 핑크, 남주는 스카이 블루였고요.
So a lot of airlines currently, because of low demand, they're blocking the middle seats to give people peace of mind, try to boost the confidence. Obviously, right now, the key thing for an airline to do is to boost the confidence and trust of general public to return to travel first.
Him to perform miracles by walking on water, but they did expect him to help get rid of the snow. The Environment Secretary, Owen Paterson, came to see the efforts being made at Orland pumping station, where 2 extra pumps were installed at the weekend. He told ITV he was giving the Environment Agency and local partners a situation to come up with a plan to
Farklı havayolu şirketlerinin uygulamaları insanların çekmek
호흡은 보라색이다, 핑크다, 은색이다라는 의견이 많은데 커스텀된 마이크의 사진을 보니 크리스탈로 전부 도배를 한 것을 알 수가 있습니다. 멤버들의 색을 모두 아우르고 싶은 협의 마음이 담긴 것은 아닐까요? 멤버들의 색을 모두 아우르고 더 대박인 것은 각 멤버가 마이크 색에 맞춰서 악세서리를 깔맞춤했다는 것은 멤버가 마이크 인io를 깔맞춤하는 악세서리를 깔맞춤했다는 그린색에 인io를 깔맞춤하는 것들색에 같이는 그린색에 핑크색에 남주는 은색에 이런 코디를 볼 때마다 핑크색에 강하소년단의 스타일리스트는 이런 코디를 볼 때마다 강하소년단의 스타일리스트는 팝업스토어에서 제작한 버스의 거리를 마주치고 팝업스토어에서 제작한 버스의 영국의 미디어에 아니 이 사람은 팝업스토어에서 트위터가
Dutch police are tonight investigating what caused a fire in water at
Baka may mga nakakalat lang dyan. Something... Oh!
nangyari doon. So guys, di ko alam kung anong nangyari doon. Basta tama daw tayo. Makikita na lang natin yung replay. So yung replay niya, something... Yun na guys, yun na yun. Basta correct tayo. So punta na tayo sa level 6. Ayan na tayo mga kaibigan, level 6. How many triangles are in pentagram? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 tayo yan, 11. Yo, no! Find out the largest fire.
Ja, dat kan het niet aan je nieuw en je snakt het zorg van je nieuws en je je nummer om te zien maar als je nu met heel wat alles is ja je hebt skenario zo hoe ik denk het nieuws ja staan dat de Nederland niet dat maar wel maar je weet nog hier vol je mag het zo en zo als je dit wat je is hier flop en je anders je met hoe pas je film is ja dat is not nice
मैं किसके लिए गाना गा रहा हूँ? मैं शम्मी कपूर के लिए गा रहा हूँ, राजेंद्र कुमार के लिए गा रहा हूँ, या जॉनी वगर के लिए गा रहा हूँ, उसी स्टाइल से भी गाते हैं। उनमें यही खासियत है।
देखिए साहब, रफ़ी साहब जैसा सिंगर वैसे मेरे ख्याल से तो ना कभी पैदा हो सकता है, ना कभी पहले हुआ था और ना कभी हो सकता है। उनकी गायकी के बारे में मैं कुछ कहूँ तो मतलब ये कुछ चांद के बारे में बात करने वाली बात है, तो उसमें कुछ कहने, जैसे मैंने आपके सामने दिलीप कुमार के बारे में कहा था कि ये रफ़ी साहब का भी वही कैलिबर है एज अ सिंगर कि जिसके बारे में कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता। एक लाइन कहूँगा, बहुत लंबी नहीं कहूँगा, कि सिंगर्स बहुत आ जाएंगे, शायद ये वैक्यूम फिल भी कर देंगे रफ़ी साहब का, लेकिन रफ़ी साहब वापस नहीं आ सकते। वो जो उनकी बात है वो मेरे ख्याल से नहीं आ सकती, जो उनकी आवाज में एक बात है मुझे नहीं लगता कभी भी आ
Arctic polar bears are facing near extinction by the end of the century if the sea ice they depend on continues to disappear. That's the stark warning from a new study looking at the long-term future of the bears, as greenhouse gas emissions contribute to the melting of the bears' frozen hunting grounds. Our science correspondent Victoria Gill has
They are the poster species for climate change. Predators that depend on fragile, transient hunting grounds, the Arctic sea ice. And this stood
progress in Hong Kong, and if Hong Kong get real democracy, it means that all of China may get a chance of getting more and more democracy. So I think people care about Hong Kong's democratic progress a bit.
And you're a first-year student at the University of Hong Kong. Been involved in
The melting of the bears
बहुत आ जाएंगे, शायद ये वैक्यूम फिल भी कर देंगे रफ़ी साहब का, लेकिन रफ़ी साहब वापस नहीं आ सकते। वो जो उनकी बात है वो मेरे ख्याल से नहीं आ सकती, जो उनकी आवाज़ में एक बात है मुझे नहीं लगता कभी भी आ सकेगी।
팬들이 진행한 이벤트, 영골보의 후렴구를 꽤 불러주는 것이었는데요. 갑자기 팬들의 떼창을 들은 지민이 꾹꾹 눈물을 흘렸고요. 상남자이던 정국도 눈물을 감추지 못했습니다.
Pero jamás
The only one thing I can tell you for sure is that it's going to take longer time to get to the airplane. You will need more time to get to the airport because during at the airport, your immune passport will be checked or your thermal temperature will be taken or COVID-19 test will be conducted at the terminal to make sure only the healthy ones can get on board. So it's going to take some more time.
मैं जब से जानता हूँ जब मैंने म्यूजिक डायरेक्शन में वो रखा है अच्छा but then I appreciate his लगाव लगन and everything you know from where to where he went and कमाल की बात है जब रफी साहब गुजर गए तो नौशाद साहब मुझे टेलीफोन किया रात के 12 बजे
ଦୁର୍ଘଟଣାର କାରଣ ସଠିକ ଜଣାପଡ଼ିଛି। ପୁଲିସ ଏହାର ତଦନ୍ତ କରି ସାମ୍ନାରୁ ଏକ ଭଣ୍ଡାରୀ ଭୂମିକା ସାହୁ କରିବ ଆଇଟି
Antes de comenzar a decirte cómo invocar a un ángel, son nuestros guardianes y ayudantes espirituales divinos de amor y luz que trabajan con la para las personas este
You've also provided information on what the students should do in the event of arrest. What's your advice?
We ask them not to sign anything, or if they want to remain silent, they can remain full silence to the police. They don't have to answer any questions asked by the police if they don't want to talk about it or answer them.
And I want to ask you about the news this hour. What's happening in Mongkok, which is not that far away. And what we know about what's happening there is a number of anti-occupy protesters, thousands of them, have surrounded peaceful pro-democracy protesters are calling to
ମେଡିକାଲ ନେଇଯାଇଛନ୍ତି। ଦୁର୍ଘଟଣାର କାରଣ ସଠିକ ଜଣାପଡ଼ିନାହିଁ। ପୁଲିସ ଏହାର ତଦନ୍ତ କରୁଛି। ଭଣ୍ଡାରୀ ପୋଖରୀରୁ ବିକାଶ ସାହୁଙ୍କ ରିପୋର୍ଟ audiovisual TV.
In the original doc. Next, another coronavirus creates a stronger negative charge in the paper that is received the tone. And this stronger charge will attract the toner off of the drum and onto the paper. And finally, the paper, now covered in powder, goes through the diffuser unit, which melts this powder to the paper. And thus a stable photocopy is made. Fast forward to the late 1960s, and Gary Starkweather, an engineer from Xerox's color division, had the idea of using a laser beam to draw directly onto the imaging drum of a photocopy. With computer control, you could draw text and images directly on the drum with the laser. Thus, had the idea of using a laser beam to draw directly onto the imaging drum of the photocopy.
Yes, we will sign it off.
Local residents were less than satisfied after last night's headlocks lives their weapon.
Finding us, we'll say.
This material becomes conductive when exposed to light. To duplicate the image, the drum is first charged by a coronavirus, which produces a high voltage that gives the drum a static charge. The now negatively charged drum is rolled underneath a piece of printed copper, where a lens focuses the image of other onto the drum, and a bright light source provides a diffuser melts this counter because the photoconductor, so a tall stack of freshly printed wires is nice and warm, just passing with a pulse charge. But where they differ is in how the image is drawn on the drum. And to understand why that's important, let's have a quick lesson into how laser printing works and how it came about.
Hashtag expose CNN about our upcoming CNN staffer who wore a hidden camera and will blow whistle on CNN. A CNN insider will blow the whistle, and through Project Veritas will release dozens of recordings made of officials at the highest levels of CNN, revealing a political agenda, bias and misconduct hidden from public view. This series of tapes, which we think will be the biggest story of the year,
With ITV Player, just a few clicks gets you 30 days free catch-up to watch the shows you've missed. For whatever reason. ITV Player, ready when you are.
On YouTube. Why do you think the world is interested in your protest here in Hong Kong?
I think people
Fly under the radar. The LED printer. Now, if you've never heard of this before, I wouldn't blame you. Fundamentally, LED printers are the same as a laser printer. They still use powdered toner rather than liquid ink. They use photosensitive drums to transfer toner to paper, along with corona wires and/or other charge-inducing or destroying doodads. And a fuser melts this toner onto the paper. So a tall stack of freshly printed printouts is nice and warm. Just ask you to give it a hug. But where they differ is in how the image is drawn on the drum. And to understand why that's important, let's have a quick lesson into how laser printing works
영포레버의 버려를 막으시기에 팝업스토어에서 갑자기 팬들의 새 채널들은 지민이 큰 눈물을 BTS 상남자이던 중국도 이 사람 보지 못했어. 영국의 이 사진과 BTS 플래시 아니 얼마나 많이 트위터에서는 BTS의 콘서트를 방문한 팬들의 무사기환을 책임지겠다는 트위터가 올라왔는데요. 경찰에 하트비트마저 움직이게 하는 BTS 영국의 버즈피즈 기자는 방탄소년단 지민과의 아이 컨택 때문에 톰 브라운의 철자를 잘못 전달한 설정이 있었다고 합니다. 트위터의 배경과 퀴즈까지 방탄소년단으로 도배되었는데 웸블리 콘서트까지 참석했고요. 지민의 사진은 물론이죠. 커플 모자로 코디를 하는 남친 모자에 엄마의 아들이라는 이야기인 줄 알았습니다.
actively avoided looking for evidence that Russia intervened in the war. They were told that they hadn't seen any evidence, but that is meaningless if they hadn't looked for it. The committee found it astonishing that no one in government had sought beforehand to protect the referendum from such attempts, or investigated afterwards what attempts to influence it there may have been.
The outrage isn't that there was interference. The outrage is that no one would want to know if there was interference. Successive governments have welcomed Russian oligarchs and their money with open arms. And there is a lot of Russians very close links who are now very well integrated into the UK business, political and social scene.
Is it your belief that the government deliberately looked the other way? Or do you think that they simply dropped the ball in terms of looking for political interference? And who do you hold responsible?
I wouldn't want to say
they will be forced to leave there if the police use violence to evacuate them.
Joshua Wong is one of the student leaders. I just spoke to him just now, and his message is basically, if this violence goes on and not enough police protection is offered to the protesters, talks of the government is off. Do you agree with that? Do you think that's a good tack?
Yes, I agree with him. Because I think if that's a
In addition to the maximum number of both female and lives, to a couple with 600 DPI, 600 times along the length, both common on 600 times within 1/1001, meaning each square inch has 600 times 600 they're on par, that is, black and white. Incidentally, this method of creating using lines of light is strikingly similar I made a series on television, but the pattern is called a raster. Raster scanning is it requires So laser printing works, and it works really well, but the actual laser mechanism is kind of big, and relying on a spinning thing to make the image introduces more moving parts and complexity. And that's where the LED printer comes in. When did it come in and who invented it? I'm not sure. It's a weird footnote into the development.
Тебе необходимо. То есть захотел там маленький честрик, на него там 4 магазина, девятки поставил, там брал. Хотел сделать себе честрик там по 3 магазина АК, там, не знаю, 2 магазина АК с рацией. То есть, ну, все, что необходимо в наполнении, все можно будет заранее приготовить. Будет подсумок на 3 магазина АК типа, тоже такой же подрезиненный, легкий. И подсумок по типу небольшого честрига с утилитарным подсумком на молнии и по 3 магазина АК, ну, тоже абсолютно простой вариант, где минимальное наполнение, которое может туда понадобиться.
Eisner, giving it, load up the tower, hey, that mercer, gas, mercy, gas, this is a little bit not sure about I feel if the meat house, boy, if the experience, the experience, gas, the fat, as if I will be if me if nothing, if I know you're good at saying, I think the sun is part of your movies. How is it never went to the spot? Sir, such orphans, pause and chest of seal, on the dog. How is it no opposite video? Is the episode is empty? Hey, lines, hey, is whoops, there's got more. Sir, the
Слышишь, конечно, вот американцы с двумя мечными магазинами, потому что они без зуба, это, конечно, легче, даже массовое проблема.
Значит, первый модуль, который на него можно будет приобрести для того, чтобы поставить модуль Interface на камербан, соответственно, камербан по типу нашего Jungulator TV 110 LBS. Он будет просто заменять родной, также подрезиненный, то есть все функции распределения веса он будет выполнять полностью.
Ты про камербан говоришь?
Да, это камербан. То есть можно будет снять этот камербан, поставить такой же, как на LBS, например. Он
скелетник, конечно.
Да, доработанный. И будет на камербанде модуль интерфейс, собственно, который можно будет по своему желанию.
Ну, здесь понятно.
Да. Значит, второй момент, который точно будем делать, это плечи. Примерно по принципу, как на ТВ-110, мягкие плечи, соответственно, при увеличении веса жилета вес будет получше распределять с комфортом. Потому что, естественно, в таком состоянии он будет
ways are little difficult, but if you
that it will outweigh all the fish in the ocean by 2050. Because it's everywhere, marine animals keep getting trapped in plastic and swallowing it. In 2015 already, 90% of seabirds had eaten plastic. Many animals starve with stomachs full of
heads up the United Nations cause, and we're expecting her to speak to the General Assembly.
Since synthetic polymers are so durable, plastic takes between 500 and 1,000 years to break down. But somehow, we collectively decided to use this super tough material for things virtually thrown away. 40% of plastics are used for packaging. In the US, packaging makes up 1/3 of all the waste that is generated annually.
To be consulted, to advise and to warn. And I think that after 60 years of doing that, she knows a thing or two about coming to an organisation like the US. Now, that's not to say that people have been wise she's been there for 60 years, her reign is coming in its twilight, if not sunset year. And that is why I think she does have these messages that she believes is important. Was she invited to speak to the UN, or did they solicit the invitation? It doesn't really matter. The British authorities and the palace authorities knew she was in Canada. They wanted her to be able to put her mark on this organisation in this new millennium.
tell you for sure is that it's going to take longer time to get to an airplane. You might need more time to get to the airport because during at the airport, your immune passport will be checked, or your thermal temperature will be taken, or COVID-19 test will be conducted at the terminal to make sure.
As always, thank you for supporting the channel are handwriting. This drum is then rolled against a supply of powdered toner, which is positively charged. This toner will thus want to stick to any areas of the drum that remained negatively charged from original exposure. Now the drum has a coating of powdered toner in the same pattern as the writing or image, whatever. Now the original has a coating of powdered toner in the same pattern as the writing or image, whatever, in the original document. Next, another corona wire creates a stronger negative charge in the paper that is to receive the toner, and this stronger charge will attract the toner.
Бой свернут на коммунистический путь. Линдон Джонсон говорил: «Если я потеряю Вьетнам, то мои избиратели скажут, что я трус, слабак и бесхребетник». Он решил, что остановить коммунистов можно только силой. Причиной, а точнее поводом к началу войны во Вьетнаме принято считать два инцидента в Тонкинском заливе, произошедшие 2 и 4 августа 1964 года. Именно тогда эскадренные миноносцы ВМС США «Медекс» и «Сетерлер Джой» якобы подверглись обстрелу
Using a laser diode, lenses with draw onto the wires, and the lasers hit on the
Его означает озеро возвращенного меча. В нем по сей день прячется огромный черепах.
Probablemente lo que necesites en realidad es ser feliz. Así pues, la naturaleza de un ángel es la de crear, construir, elevar y trascender. Pero jamás debes
so then more and more people will know what is happening on site, and we ask them to use encrypted.
Where a lens focuses the image of the paper onto the drum and a bright light source provides illumination. Because the photoconductive material will conduct electricity when exposed to light, any using a process called zietgiest, which requires that the entire image in its full resolution be loaded into its memory before printing the lens, as it has to be done in one shot. It can't start and stop in the particularly
But wait a minute. Despite your monitor's high price tag, something looks amiss. The colors are all wrong. How could this happen? These days, it's easy to go a little overboard when you're buying a monitor. With 4K, ultra-wide, and adaptive refresh displays all
Thank you for joining us here on CNN. Just last Sunday, you put out this YouTube video, and it was this appeal to the world to pay attention and to care for what's wrong. That video got more
Tonight's main story. I'm the Environment Secretary, Jessica Somerset. She pledges help to flood victims.
We told ITV that he was giving the Environment Agency and local partners 6 weeks to come on land to combat flooding. And he promised he would sign satisfy your just you
I've interrupted the sequence of compact disc to bring you this video and we'll be resuming where we left off soon. As always, thank you for supporting technology and education. Patrons of the channel are the frequency and if you'd like to make a start to the channel, please check out my Patreon. Thank you for your consideration, and I'll see you next time. Today's video is about printers. I know, you're probably filled with excitement at the mere mention of printers, but please remain calm. If you were to go shopping for a printer, you'll almost certainly find yourself choosing between an inkjet printer and a laser printer. Or perhaps a 3D printer, but we're not talking about those today. Now, I won't get into the many reasons that I don't really like inkjet printers for anything but photo printing because that's not really the point of this video. Instead, we're going to...
Sige ka,
plastic. For most of our history, humans used stuff we found in nature to build the things we needed. But the invention of plastic roughly 100 years ago completely changed our world. Plastic is made from polymers, long, repeating chains of molecule groups. In nature, polymers are not of molecule groups. In nature, polymers exist everywhere. The walls of cells, silk, hair, insect carapaces, DNA. But it's also possible to create them by breaking down crude oil into its components and rearranging them. We can form new synthetic polymers. Synthetic polymers have extraordinary traits. They are lightweight, durable, and can be molded into almost any shape, not requiring time-consuming manual work. Plastic can be easily mass-produced, and materials are available in vast amounts.
Изменная увеличена вистена арцигуян, и ждом маркесовал и люстовице вырает 6 допит. Марцелей не самозабыл, нам зелёстно совместно строительство социализма и борьба за воссоединение страны. При поддержке ДРВ с территории Лаоса и Камбоджи на юге страны активно начали военные действия партизаны Национальный фронт освобождения Южного Вьетнама. Цель – свергнуть президента Нго Дин Дьема и провести всеобщие выборы. Звездно-полосатый Сайгон и кумачевый Ханой добела раскалили 17-ю параллель. Стан выселили Аксралыбен, и он нахилочному хвильнул, если посала Панзовис. И родил еще свисти верхи, а мы издел на издезет нугравис, есть. Аманты его джуди есть, работал с одного фина в этом. А здесь проходит изделие, лично мы выстроим арцигиян, а лишь он магисовал и люди,
오피스의 콘서트에 무사기관을 책임지겠다는 트위터가 올라와 있는데요. 경찰에 하트비트마저 움직이게 했습니다. 너무 잘생겼어. 상남자이던 또 눈물을 감추지 못했습니다. 이 사진과 영상을 보면은 정말 얼마나 많이 눈물을 흘렸는지 알 수가 있는데요. 또 하나의 대박 사건, 태영이 입은 마이크가 초록색? 저는 사실 태영의 새로운 헤어 컬러가 바로 그린이 되는 것이 아닌가라는 예상을 해보았는데요. 멤버의 취향 저격색으로 마이크의 컬러를 바꾼 것이었습니다. V는 그린으로, 그리고 슈가는 블랙, 지민은 골드, 정국은 퍼플.
उनको घर भेज दिया जाए और पाकिस्तान में सिविल वार क्रिएट करके ये जितने बड़े बड़े मेगा स्कैंडल के सुर्खेल हैं वो भी बच बचा के निकल जाएं। ये भी एक इनके जो मज़मूम मकासद उनमें एक ये भी उनका हदफ है कि किसी तरीके से और कुछ नहीं, खान का तो ये बाल नहीं बिगाड़ सकते। खान इंशाल्लाह अगर दोबारा आएगा तो और ज़्यादा ताकत से आएगा अल्लाह के हुक्म से। लेकिन अगर ये सिविल वार क्रिएट करने में डीजल वाशिफ सरदारी ये सारे चोर माफिया कामयाब हो जाता है तो पाकिस्तान सदियों पीछे चला जाएगा। इसलिए पाकिस्तानियों इनके मजबूत मकासद से ये अपनी जान बचाने के लिए कुछ भी कर सकते हैं।
He told ITV that he was giving the Environment Agency and local partners 6 weeks to come up with a plan to combat flooding here. And he promised he would sign that plan if satisfied it would work.
이것이었습니다. 귀는 그린으로 그리고 슈가는
ये लॉन्ग मार्च है उसके कई मुहर्रकात हैं उसके पसे पर्दा कई मजमून मकासद हैं पसे पर्दा उसके कई अहदाफ कई ये जो लॉन्ग मार्च होने जा रहा है की तरफ से पाकिस्तान की अंदरूनी और बरूनी दुश्मन ताकतें सब उसके पीछे सपोर्ट करती है कई अहदाफ है उनमें से एक ये भी है डीजल को पता है कि हुकूमत को गिरा नहीं सकता लेकिन डीजल के इस अमल से मुल्क में शार सिविल वार खाना जंगी का माहौल बनाने के लिए ये लोग कोशिश है हिंदुस्तान उसमें मुकम्मल मामला प्राप्त करता है रिसर्च एनालिसिस विंग जो कि
모자에 가져진 모기를 팬들이 진행한 이벤트 영골을 보였던 진흙의 노란색 가상에서 갑자기 팬들의 댄처걸들은 그동안 차분한 스타일을 보인 진흙이 상남자의 세계에 꽂는 굉장히 충격적이었는데요. 사진과 얼마나 많이 신나지 않는 신이와의 하트사는 다시 나아가도 세계의 세상으로 신화 타인이 되는 사람이다라는 예상을
Давай мы обсудим сейчас с тобой новинку. Мы начнем, точнее, не то, что мы ее обсудим, мы начнем обсуждать, потому что мы ее дальше обсудим на производстве, мы ее обсудим на ТИЗО, мы ее обсудим на полигоне, мы ее обсудим на все. Значит, давай начинаем. Что ты setting of the fire, the engulfing of that building in flames.
Thank you very much. Let's talk more about the important role of social media in this protest. Alicia Hong is the organizer of an activist group called Keyboard Frontline. She joins us now. Alicia, thank you for joining us here on CNN. Just last Sunday, you put out this YouTube video, and it was an appeal to the world to pay attention and to care for
the long-term future of the bear, as greenhouse gas emissions contribute to the melting of the bear's frozen hunting grounds. Our science correspondent Victoria Gill has the story.
They are the poster species for climate change. Predators that depend on a fragile, transient hunting ground, the Arctic sea ice. And this study has shown that polar bears' survival is tied to that ice. The scientists used models based on satellite data to forecast sea ice decline in the Arctic over the coming decades. That enabled them to predict a future tipping point, to create a timeline for when the frozen hunting season will be too short for the bears to fatten up before the summer. At the current rate of warming, the researchers say all but a few polar bear populations will collapse before 2100.
영국의 경찰은요, BTS의 아니 BTP 트위터에서는 BTS의 콘서트를 방문한 팬들의 무사교환을 책임지겠다는 트위터가 올려와 있는 겁니다. 경찰의 트래픽마저 움직이게 하는 BTS는
The only president she didn't meet was Lyndon Johnson, LBJ. She never met him. But if you think of that visit in 57, which was a major visit in the United States, where she went
I said, I want to see your passport. He brings his passport to my office. I say, hello, he didn't leave the country. He wasn't out of the country. Then Michael Cohen of the Trump Organization was in Prague. It turned out to be a different Michael Cohen. It's a disgrace what took place. It's a disgrace. And I think they ought to apologize to start with Michael Cohen.
Since you're attacking us, can you give us a question?
Go ahead.
Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, not you. Not you. Your organization. Your organization.
Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir,
Quiet.
Quiet. Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
Can you state
She's asking a question. Don't be rude.
President-elect, can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude. No, I'm not going to give you a question. I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not
Go ahead.
appropriate.
I think it was disgraceful that the intelligence agencies allowed
Frontline, thank you for joining us here in CNN. Just last Sunday, you put out this initiative, and it was an appeal to the world to pay attention and to care for Hong Kong. That video got more than 1 million views on YouTube. Why do you think the world is interested in your protest here in Hong Kong?
George Floyd resisted being
HTML comment. Let's go to HTML comment. Guys, actually HTML comment tag has
you fly. I'm sorry.
Susubukan natin ito. Papatunayan ko sa inyo mga kalodi na matalino talaga. Tol! So, may bago natin simulan. Pindutin mo muna yung subscribe button na yan. Siyempre, baka naman magka-jowa ka. Kung di mo pinindot yan, wala ka ng jowa forever. So, yun nga guys, mga kalodi. Simulan na natin itong laruan ni Tanan dalawang isipin mga pangsiyag. Mayroon ka ko yung mga nakalaw na ito. Hindi po kaush. Dakam naman naka-verify. Sinayan. Ito, verify. Kaya nung bumibili, tinalugis ng tanong kapit ng costo. Lot ang mga kalatulak naman dito. Nakangol, yasok mayanod kapakot. Nakubos ang kaya ko ang nila ko. Ayun na may lalap na naglalag. May lasyon na lagi sukat pares. May rapid ang galit nila panis ka. Sa'yo si Jerk down. Ang kabasati ka mo. Talaga kaya no. Tinguran mo. Litan na kubos ang sangin. Wala ka na message. Litan kalalo yung mukha ng malaan. Malaki. Sila ba ganiyo kasi po ang mga yes matiraw po.
Slight manufacturing differences in display panels can result in this of the same model right next to each other connected to the same computer. Display colors are different. So if you want to be super serial about your display calibration, you'll want to try method number 4. Find a hardware calibrator. It is great that running calibrator.
Please comment on the video. I will make a tutorial on HTML color. But if you want to provide color, then you can
इसके लिए तैयारी और समझौतों का अनिवार्य है। 2012 में पुतिन ने पाकिस्तानी मीडिया इसमें पाकिस्तान की मीडिया में
style is actually the work of CSS. I have provided the style what it is the inline CSS. It is inline CSS. Ask me what is internal CSS. Internal CSS is if you provide the style into head tag, then it will be internal CSS. It has ready to discuss about HTML only for you. Guys, in my previous video I have discussed on so many topics on HTML, so please watch those videos before watching it. Let's start. Guys, today I am going to discuss about HTML comments. So let's go to this school HTML comments. Guys, actually HTML comment tag has no output. It has no output. It just provides notification or just a reminder. What is the use of HTML comment tag? I will show you in my text editor.
Help! Brand new 30 million pound life science building is being constructed next to current site will take years to build, but when finished, will look like this. A 5-story eco-friendly structure, 2/3 of which will be taken up by Signature when they move in.
We currently employ 130 staff. Many have been outsourced in Olden Europe.
In Nottingham, around £30 million being spent building the 5-story structure next to the Carolina City site.
Once completed, the facility would be fitted with a high-tech laboratory,
सोवियत संघ के पतन के 16 सालों बाद 11 अप्रैल 2007 रूस के दक्षिण एशिया में भारत एकमात्र देश है
Se la rutana, se upisa, si le frese, nadi la lunese dice senecol, et nimel babor, y nara mois boro gemalaeson, sa si coqui res ride, sa dice seno, serei, sa ese de colnei miu metrat muger psebet, exeisa, así es que debes preguntarte muy bien lo que deseas.
Sirens of Greek mythology, who, by their seductive singing, enticed unknowing wayfarers to abandon the cramped boredom of safe passage for a hazardous try at strange excitements and gratifications. If Project Veritas is the siren, The wayfarers this year have included 2 Google employees, a Facebook subcontractor and a Pinterest engineer who gave up their salaries and careers for the public's right to know. We've had the privilege to entice these angels, knowing full well and are on it.
You can draw text and images directly on the drum with the laser, thus turning it into a printer. And that's exactly what happens. Using a laser diodes, lenses, and laser printers draw onto the drum in lines, and the laser is pushed on and off screen. The resolution of the printer is determined by the number of lines it can draw in a given image, in addition to the maximum number of times the laser can be pushed on or off within that line. Often the resolution is measured in meters per inch, so a printer with 600 kilometers post should make a described as the siren of the power optical features with the one more time that we're going to choose the resolution of the printer is determined by the number of lines. In addition to
This method is fast and free, but since you're expected to eyeball what the sample image should look like without a calibrated reference, it's not much better than checking your car's speed by sticking your hand out the window. But if you'd like to go a little bit deeper with your monitor settings, there's method 2. Check out one of the free websites we've linked in the description that have more test images and patterns to get your display looking nice on your eye. These sites are
Number 10's adamant they did nothing wrong. EU referendum was fair.
The findings by intelligence security ministers and officials will play
This will be the biggest story of the year for Project Veritas. Blends 2 extraordinary series of events, a brave insider secretly recording at work. This is a hard-hitting piece of hidden camera muckraking into one of the supposed most trusted names in news. A major aspect of this story is the heroic actions of an insider. By far, the most often asked question, and most important, is what can I do? There is a new genre of answer. You can wear a hidden camera and blow the whistle on your employer through Project Veritas. This new movement, which we are calling Be Brave, Do Something, is enabling citizens to become catalysts for reform. It is the modern incarnation of what Jack Anderson once described as the sirens of Greek mythology, who, by their seductive singing, enticed unknowing wayfarers to the destiny grand tower of the safe passage for Lazarus triumphs to see and inside and look at the subject where Veritas will
to deliver message and information about a protest on the internet. We advise them to use Ustream to put on live the protest so that more and more people will know what is happening on site. And we ask them to use encrypted apps for conversation if they have to talk during the protest. We advise them to use Telegram, Twitter, and these encrypted apps so that they can protect their personal data and personal information.
You've also provided information on what the students should do in the event of arrest. What's your advice?
We ask them not to sign anything. If they want to remain silent, they can remain full silent to the police. They don't have to answer any questions.
You can type here paragraph. It's just a reminder. By this comment, you can divide the coding.
Nottingham has long been an important centre for bioscience research. Components! Well, we've covered the reasons that monitors can look so different from each other in these episodes here. But today we're going to talk about
color printers, one each for cyan, magenta, yellow, and black, or correctly referred to as key. These bars are the key. Each of these things is an array of tiny.
Let's talk more about the important role of social media in this protest. Glacier Kwong is the organizer of an activist group called Keyboard Frontline. She joins us now. Glacier, thank you for joining us here on CNN. It's just like
three websites with link in the description that have more test images and patterns that you can use to get your display looking nice on your own. These sites take longer and still rely on you eyeballing things, and they'll give you more samples built into your OS for more granular fine-tuning entertaining, and better real-world results. Of course, if you're a little more serious about color because you're a graphic designer, home theater enthusiast, or you run a tech channel on YouTube, you might not trust yourself to get these things right just by fiddling with the monitor yourself. In this case, you may want to try method number 2.
What have been your tips for them?
We ask protesters to use the phone as a media to deliver message and information to better process on the internet. We advise them to use Ustream to put on live on the protest so that more and more people will know what is happening on site. And we ask them to use encrypted apps for conversation if they have to talk during the protest. We advise them to use Telegram, Wiper, and these encrypted apps so that they can protect their personal data and personal information.
You've also provided information on what the students should do in the event of arrest against your life.
कि किसी तरीके से डीजल सिविल वार करवाने में तो बंदा 1200 कत्ल करवाने में पाकिस्तान में तोड़ फोड़ करवाने में कामयाब हो जाए
The resolution of the mandate is determined by the number of lines
Low $2 by no means am I saying the entire charge for or anything like that. But yeah, if the price can manage to stay up above there, that would definitely be the biggest sign of strength. Next level of support after that, down there at about the $1.85 mark, give or take a couple pennies. So these are definitely the near-term levels. Take a step back and look at the broad scope of things. All about support see where they're being moved. So as time goes by, that front line is going to move itself higher and higher. As grand skillets now, very often. Plus, the movement now work better. The reasons for
cases. Acrylic is a shatter-resistant alternative to glass, and nylon for stockings and war equipment. Today, almost everything is at least partly made from plastic. Our clothes, phones, computers, furniture, appliances, houses, cars. Plastic has long ceased to be a revolutionary material. Instead, it became
makapenetrate kasi very late. Mga di na sinag-elevate, di na maka-enter sa gate. Hindi na sila safe, kaso't takot sila umamin. Kala mo ini-interrogate, nagpaaboy yung in-underestimate. Tumawag kayo ng pero may takeaway. Meron ng flow kay Eminem. Wala naka-rendering, gusto yata ako bestehin. Nabang ako nagtutulad sa kanila parating. Tingin ko sa experiment. Wag na kayo magulang na, nabang ako ng ondas. Bagay ko sa pangrap kasi ako na nito mas dami. Ako na yung naging isa na nagkamayo. Kung sinasabi niya na uuwin ko mako. Ayun ang hapon ko ginagawa. Kasi kahit saan ako mga pare sa akin nag-income.
The drum is first charged by a coronavirus, which produces a high voltage when the drum is static charged. The now negatively charged drum is rolled underneath the top of the lens focuses the
great place to try to teach the next generation how to live existence. I only wish that kids like me play their but these are a great place to teach anyone how to stay. The preschool is like any other school except for 114
They are just young.
Friendly meeting. So we try not to talk about politics. It's kids.
It's a good
This is Molly Livingston from Israel, for CNN World Report. The Peace Preschool is a great place to try to teach the next generation how to live in coexistence. I only wish they let big kids like me play there for a day or two. The Peace Preschool is a great place to teach anyone at any age.
크리스탈로 전부 도배를 한 것을 알 수가 있었어요. 멤버들의 색을 모두 아우르고 싶은 후배 마음이 담긴 것은 아닐까요? 더 대박인 것은 각 멤버가 마이크 색에 맞춰서 악세사리를 이런 코디를 볼 때마다 드는 생각. 방탄소년단의 스타일리스트는 정말 영국의 거리를 마비시키고 팝업 스토어에서 떼창을 하게 하고 버스에 노선까지 바꾸는 그들은 바로 BTS. 이 사람은 영국의 경찰인데요. BTS 블랙 아니 BTP 트위터에서는 BTS의 콘서트를 방문한 팬들의 의사교환을 책임지겠다는 트위터가 올라와 있는데요. 경찰의 하트빛마저 움직이게 하는
I say from my heart.
And in 2002, she addressed the country after the death of the Queen Mother.
I thank you also from my heart for the love you gave her during her life and the honour you now give her.
Other broadcasts were on her Diamond Jubilee in 2012 and at the start of the first Gulf War in 1991. This Sunday, only her
BTS의 콘서트를 방문한 팬들의 의사교환을 책임지겠다는 트위터가 올라와 있는데요. 경찰의 하트빛마저 움직이게 하는 BTS는 정말 영국의 버즈피즈 기자는 방탄소년단 지민과의 아이 컨택 때문에 톰 브라운의 철자를 잘못 전달한 적이 있었다고 합니다. 트위터의 배경과 피드까지 방탄소년단으로 도배된 그녀는 웸블리 콘서트까지 참석했고요. 지민의 사진을 또 올리네요. 웸블리 콘서트까지 참석했고요. 지민의 사진을 떠올리며 커플 모자로 코디를 하게 됐는데요. 남루니슨 모자에 있는 선수가 엄마의 아들이라면서 상남자이던 정도 눈물을 감추지 못했습니다. 이 사진과 영상을 보면 제가 얼마나 많이 눈물을 흘렸는지 알 수가 있는데요. 또 하나의 대박 사건. 태영이 형 마이크가 초록색? 저는 사실 태영의 새로운 헤어 컬러가 바로 그린이 되는 것이 아닌가라는 예상을 해보았는데 스타일 부인 진주 멤버의 취향 저격색으로 마이크의 컬러를 바꾼 것이었습니다. 그린은 그린으로 그리고 슈가는 블랙, 지민은 골, 정국은 퍼플, 지인은 핑크, 남주는 스카이블루였고요. pop은 보라색이다, 핑크다, 은색이다 라는 의견이 많은데 커스텀된 마이크의 사진을 보니 크리스탈과 찌르고 마이크의 사진을
ఏం డౌన్లోడ్ చేయాలని డౌన్లోడ్ బటన్ నొక్కాను నువ్వు డౌన్లోడ్ అయిపోయావు బహుశా నా నెట్వర్క్ 6Gలోకి పోయినట్టుంది
I think, Albert, what you're trying to say is that legally,
because the
Nottingham has long been an important centre for bioscience research, and here at BioCity they're continuing that heritage.
서에서는 BTS의 콘서트를 방문한 팬들의 부사교환을 책임지겠다는 트위터가 올라와 있는데요. 경찰의 하트빛
Why do you think the world is interested in your protest here in Hong Kong?
I think people are interested because people actually drive up democratic progress in Hong Kong. And if Hong Kong gets real democracy, it means that the whole of China may get a chance of getting more and more democracy. So I think people care about Hong Kong's democratic progress is a bit.
Referendum from such attempts, or investigated afterwards what attempts to influence it there may have been.
The outrage isn't that there was interference. The outrage is that no one has wanted to know if there was interference. Successive governments have welcomed Russian oligarchs and their money with open arms. And there is a lot of Russians very close links to who are now very well integrated into both UK business, political and social scene.
Is it your belief that the government deliberately looked the other way or
screen time this? No secrets being received. I don't want it right for you. I don't want it there and no one's right here. So you must
Antes de comenzar a decir, las señales de los ángeles nos ayudan a sentir una conexión directa, mejorando nuestra intuición y dándonos la confianza para seguir adelante. Aparte de los ángeles guardianes, también hay arcángeles.
With ITV Player, just a few clicks gets you 30 days free catch-up to watch the shows you've missed. For whatever reason. ITV Player, ready when you are.
It's all about screen time, this. No secret to being a great gamer. I don't mind then, no one. Make your beliefs the kids would. Send us here,
To me, it started just where, the gap up. So it closed yesterday down around the $2 mark. So that is a starting point. So let's go do this. Price makes a went all the way up. That was a really nice move. Second part of that, relatively short amount of time. Considering this all happened, I'm hoping we can agree on this. Right now, back forward some of this.
Patrons of the channel are making these videos, and if you'd like to subscribe to the channel, please check out my YouTube
When the gods granted King Midas one wish, he wished that everything he touched would turn to gold. Midas was delighted. Trees, rocks, buildings, all gold. But soon he found in horror that his